Welcome, it's semi-final day of the Australian Open Asia Pacific Wildcard Play-Off, and plenty of great matches coming your way today live from Nanjing in China. First up, we have women's semi-final action between the third seed Laksika Kamkum of Thailand taking on Wang Xian of China, the second seed. Following that today, we've got men's singles semi-final action. Yuichi Sugita of Japan, the top seed, is taking on Wu Di of China, and then that's followed by the women's doubles final and then the men's doubles final. Four great matches to come today, live wherever you're watching us. Welcome, it's Peter Mercado with you for the first of our matches today, the women's singles semi-finals, and of course the Australian Open Trophy Tour has been making its way across China as well. But we're stopped off in Nanjing, which is where these matches are being hosted. But Tennis Australia, part of their initiative to spread the word of the Australian Open in January each year, sends the trophies across to China. And they've been making their way across the country. The fans have had the opportunity to experience what it's like to hold the men's and women's singles trophies. And certainly, off the back of that women's performance, Li Na certainly has been a boom in tennis in China over the last couple of years. It's travelled the world, made its way to some of the big ATP and WTA events, and the public have had a good chance to have a look at it and get into the spirit of the Australian Open. The Trophy Tour continuing across the next couple of weeks throughout the Asian region, and then make its way back to Australia in time for the tournaments, which gets underway in the third week of January. Certainly with the Trophy Tour, there's been plenty of other programs that Tennis Australia has been running. One of those is the Hot Shots program, which is designed to get players into the game. Modified court, modified balls, modified rackets. Chance to get a start into the game. Various live sites have been set up. Certainly been to most landmarks around China, the trophies over the past couple of weeks. You can follow the progress of the Trophy Tour, australianopen.com. And we'll be seeing those trophies handed out at Melbourne Park in January next year. But we're back here in Nanjing in China. The weather conditions for today, a good day expected, a top of 30 degrees Celsius, no chance of rain. And hopefully that will continue into tomorrow as well, although the forecast does call for showers, a little bit hazy there too. We're not too far away from a start in the first of our matches today. Laksika Kamkum, the 19-year-old from Thailand, who's had an excellent 2012 and comes into this event as the third seed, taking on Wang Xian of China, who is the second seed, has also had a very good 2012. The prize on offer, a wild card into that event. The Australian Open, the main draw singles of the Australian Open. And a little bit of certainty knowing that don't actually have to qualify to get into the event. You know, you will be here and ready to play round one, which is which can be a massive boost to your confidence, but also to your ranking and prize money too. This is our feature court for today. There are other semi-finals continuing on outside courts. They'll be getting underway shortly, and we will have plenty of updates from those outside courts too. Zhang Zhuan of China and Chan Qinwei of Taipei, that is the other semi-final. But the players are making their way out onto courts for the first of our semi-finals. Xiang of China and Sika Kumkum of Thailand. And the players will get into their warm-up pretty quickly. Best of 3 sets, of course, all tie breaks. And a spot in tomorrow's final on offer for the winners. There is confirmation of our match, which is upcoming. A little bit of breeze around. You can see the flags in the background. But the players won't have too many problems. And won't be too far away from toss of the coin. There is Wang Xian. We wait for Luxika to get out onto courts. Wang has won the toss. I think has elected to receive, but we'll get confirmation of that from the chair umpire in just a few moments. But as the players get into their warm-up, let's tell you a bit about each of the players. Player on screen now, Wang Xiang, the 2nd seed from China, who's had a magnificent 2012. The 20-year-old ranked 177 in the world, just below her best of 175. Has risen over 100 spots in 2012. A couple of singles titles, including a $75,000 event in Beijing and a 2nd-tier event in Sanya, which was worth $25,000. 3 career titles overall. Has reached 2 semi-finals, plenty of quarter-finals on that 2nd-tier circuit, and now will be looking to push for an Australian Open wild card. There is her opponent, Luxika Kumkum of Thailand. And as I said, she has had a brilliant year as well. Ranked 213 in the world. Again, risen over 100 spots this year. Got 2 singles titles this year to her name. A $25,000 event in Astana and a $10,000 event in Pattaya City, to go with plenty of other events that she's won on the circuit. All of them 10,000 events. And a couple of doubles titles as well. She's managed to qualify for a couple of WTA events along the way, including the tournament in Osaka, and made her way through, but fell in the first round there. Also the first round of the event in Guangzhou, but has been quite consistent across the 2nd-tier events on the ITF circuit, the $10,000 and $25,000 events, with a host of quarterfinals and semi-finals appearances. We're not too far away from a start. We'll take a break, and on the other side, we'll bring you the first of our women's singles quarterfinals of the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off.
This is the crowning achievement for my whole career, to have this be the latest statement.
If I've done it once, maybe I can do it twice. Why not?
You know that when you go out there, you hope to be the champion at the end of the day.
Played a lot of the Australian Opens, and I've seen it change a bit over the years, and it's been a great tournament for me.
Shoot, I love you guys out here. Like, it's the best I've ever played any tournament in my whole life.
We're going to end up with the best facilities in the world for Grand Slam tennis.
One of sport's great modern-day rivalries produces yet another epic clash. Victoria Azarenka fulfills the dream. Novak Djokovic is the champion in Melbourne for the 3rd time. That was simply extraordinary.
Good morning, everybody. You're one of the best players ever. You are one of the most respected guys on the tour.
We made a history tonight.
Welcome back. Nanjing in China, setting for this women's singles semi-final match between Wang Xian of China and Luxika Kumkum of Thailand. The second seed taking on the third seed in this event. A shot of our feature court for today. The Nanjing Sports Complex. Been the host of the events across this week. So these two have played each other once before, and that was earlier this year, in fact in February this year in Kuala Lumpur in qualifying for the event there. And it was Luxika Kumkum who got the result there, 6-1, 6-2. We're looking for a closer match here today. As I mentioned, the doubles finals will be held today. The prize on offer, of course, the wildcard through to the Australian Open doubles events. Xu Yifan of China and her partner Liang Chen, who we saw yesterday on our live streaming coverage. They're the second seeds. They're into the final. They'll play Zhou Yimiao of China and her partner Han Jinyun. So an all Chinese final there. And that's followed by the men's doubles final, featuring the number 4 seeds, Jimmy Wang and Denai Udamchok. And they are taking on the partnership, the second seeds we saw yesterday in our live streaming coverage, Li Xinhan and Peng Sen-yin. So, doubles action to come following these two singles matches. And we're not too far away from a start in this one. In fact, talking about the men's doubles final, Denai Udamchok and Jimmy Wang, they'll be teaming up in the doubles, but they'll also be facing each other in the semi-finals of the men's singles that'll be played on an outside court as well.
To the left chair from China, Wang Jiang. To the right chair from Thailand, Luxika Kumkum. Wang Jiang to toss and choose to receive. Time.
So you can hear there the umpire just, yes, what happened at the toss of the coin. Yes, so Denai Udamchok and Jimmy Wang to face each other in a men's singles semi-final, then team up in the final of the men's doubles. Some other news in
ready for play, please.
Tennis just before this match gets underway. There is a Davis Cup tie underway in Asia, and it's the Asia Oceania relegation playoff match in Group 1 between Chinese Taipei and New Zealand. And Chinese Taipei, after the first day of action, 2-0 against the New Zealand team. Yang with a 4-set win over Daniel King Turner, and then Huang having a win over Michael Venus. So the Chinese Taipei team looking very good heading into the doubles, which is coming up later on today. There's Luxika Kumkum getting ready to play. Just 19 years of age. And we'll have a very neat game style.
Ready. Play.
So Luxika Kumkum to get us underway in this women's singles semi-final match.
15 love.
And Kumkum, the feature of her game, double-handed off both sides, as we saw there. Which a number of players on the tour do. Marion Bartley, probably the best example of it at the moment.
15 all. Ah, 15-30.
So a little bit untidy the start here for the number 3 seed, who's serving at the moment. Had a win over Zhu Yifan yesterday, 6-love, 6-3. That was played on an outside court.
Sergio.
Taking the ball nice and early, good attack. The one game that we were looking at yesterday, her match against Chen Yang, she ended up winning 6-2, 6-4. Game was a little erratic at times.
Ah, 30-40.
So an early break point for the number 2 seed.
Game.
Well, that's a pretty tough way to lose
game.
your opening service game. Doesn't appear to be too many issues with the sun today. It was bothering the players towards the end of yesterday from the end of the court where Kumkum was serving from. No issues early stages here, so that's a great result for Wang. Got off to a great start yesterday, led 3-love early stages of her match. Just let her opponent back in a little bit in the second set.
15 love.
Important right at this stage, you know, it's only the second game for Kumkum to just try and get into the rallies. Plenty of unforced errors in this early stage, not making Wang have to play. It's a great finish.
15
The things about playing double-handed both sides generate lots of angle.
$15.30.
It's great work
13-14.
from Kumkum. It's just depth of shot more than anything else there. Wang stranded at the back of the court and now has a couple of break points of her own. Wang looking for a first serve here. Both players just going for the lines. Really trying to keep that ball nice and deep. It's good, but means that the errors will flow from time to time.
Out. Game. Come.
So there is the break back.
1 game all.
1 game all in this opening set. Women's singles semi-final action. The Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off.
Left. Circular.
Just got a good shot of the Kumkum serve there, just really stretching into the courts. Just waited there, that ball dropped right on the baseline. I think was looking for a call. Wow, it's great scrambling work at the back of the court from Kumkum. Wang, you see, just stepping in almost towards the service line. Just needs to do more put away ball, but Kumkum was there every time. Didn't come up with the result though. We're back to 30 all.
Wang
was more thinking about moving sideways than really stepping into that ball. We've had 2 breaks to start off the match. An opportunity now for Kumkum to hold. That's nicely done from Wang. Great lob. Great defensive lob.
Yes.
Was under all sorts of pressure. Was at the back of the court. Kumkum did the right thing, moved forward to the net. That was a super lob, super defensive lob by Wang.
Advantage. 1.
Well, again, Kumkum just coming up with the unforced error. Really could have stepped into that ball and actually can create some nice angle. We've seen that early in the match. Now Wang with a break point. Oh, that's regulation for Kumkum. A great first serve. The ball came straight back up the middle of the court. That was easily put away. Did not have to move from delivering the serve. And another breakpoint opportunity for Wang.
1.
Great serve from Kumkum again. To get herself out of trouble. Good deep serve. Great finish, Wang that time seeing the short ball coming forward, taking the opportunity. Which is what she needs to do. Another breakpoint opportunity. So plenty of them so far in this match. Oh, great volley. Kumkum solid at the nets. So high ball, just Wang out of position. That's great movement forward from Kumkum. That first volley wasn't the greatest, but that second one was fantastic.
Out. Advantage. Kumkum.
Oh, from being breakpoint down, now an opportunity to hold. Be the first player to do so early in this match.
Deuce.
Working hard to get into that position. Back to Juice. just wide.
Advantage.
It's the umpire
Kum.
confirming the call. Kum with another opportunity here. Oh, and the double faults. This is untidy from both of these players. No one really able to get a foothold into the match.
Out. Advantage.
The right idea from Wang to go deep into the court, but again just overplaying. This is her issue with yesterday, even though she won the match. Just a little untidy at times, trying to find that range. Right on the line, and finally we have a hold of serve. Luxika Kum holds
2 games to 1.
2 games to 1 in this opening set of the women's singles semi-final.
Time.
So an untidy start from both players, but Luxika Kum finally gets the hold. And we're on serve. Nowhere near deep enough, or too deep I should say, from Wang. Gonna throw that drop shot in. It can't land on the service line.
Ended
up playing on the back foot there. That was the problem. Really did set up points well yesterday, did Wang in her quarterfinal match.
15-30.
Again, Kumkum just putting the pressure on. How to stand inside the baseline. See Wang just scrambling at the back of the court. There was the angle.
Sergio. Ah! 40-30.
And that's the issue. So gets herself into a good position in the game. Going for the lines, that will tend to happen. Will tend to miss a few along the way.
Fox.
See, and they're giving the ball plenty now. The tempo of the match just increasing a little bit. Both players having to pick up half volleys from the baseline.
Advantage.
Well, there's a good opportunity, and Kumkum just not able to execute it. That ball had been just a bit more inside the baseline. Still would have had Wang on the back foot.
Game.
And so, after two breaks of serve, we've got two holds in a row now. Two games all in this opening set.
Love 15. Love 30.
Well, players just at the moment needing to hold their concentration. Really is important at this stage of the match. It's a terrific angle.
15-30.
Forehand side. It is a double-handed forehand. There's that example of that angle that's being generated.
Sergio. 30-40.
She'd be disappointed with herself again. Into the rally. Both players hitting the ball pretty hard at the moment, but just not able to stick with Wang. That's better.
Deuce.
Nice half-court ball, put away easily.
Advantage.
Nice and deep.
Come.
Wang forced to scramble there. Well, it's not the most powerful of serves. The placement is very good. But then just can't follow it up.
Deuce.
And that was a good serve as well. Ball straight down the middle of the court. Really didn't need to put so much on it. Oh, that's an interesting change-up from Kum there.
Wang.
But Wang just able to really hammer these forehands. Just there, stretched way out of court. Kum probably should have gone back up the line. Oh, another breakpoint opportunity here.
Next, second service.
And now look at a second serve.
Game.
Oh, late call. Kum not happy with the call.
One is 3 games to 2.
But irrespective, Wang gets the break, leads 3 games to 2 in this opening set.
Time.
Good day for tennis in Nanjing. The temperature expected to get up to 30 degrees Celsius a little bit later on in the day. Well, Wang Xian of China has a chance here to really take hold of this opening set. Has a break, 3 games to 2. Just a matter of consistency here.
Net. First serve.
Solid serve. Make the two-hander for both sides have to stretch.
Circular.
First ace of the match. Just
30-15.
got to be careful. That second serve really does sit up, just waiting there to be hit.
30.
First double faults for Wang. And really, the order of the day, the order of this match is consistency. Player that's more consistent across this match will win. At the moment, both players making really some tough unforced errors.
40-30. Game.
So Wang holds,
1.
consolidates the break. 4 games to 2
One
now.
ace. 4 games to 2.
See what looks like Komkum can come up with here.
时间 Faults.
That's a terrific topspin by Komkum, keeping that ball nice and deep. It was a tricky slice from Wang, had a little bit of side spin on it. $15-30. It's now a big chance for Wang here. Got a 5-2 lead. Komkum hasn't quite found her range yet.
Sergio.
Well, that's better. Making Wang move from side to side. Just keeping that pressure on. Really trying to control the point. Oh, it's beautiful. So when we don't have that angle from Comcom, Wang can really step into the ball. Another breakpoint opportunity, chance at 5-2. Again, trying to go up the line, didn't quite work. That's better from Kumkum. Really attacking that ball. That's not a bad change-up, taking the opportunity to head into the net. Out, yep. So,
advantage.
Gee, that was a great rally from both players. Kumkum just hanging on at the moment. She's having to work super hard for every single point. Oh, it's a terrific angle from the back of the court by Wang.
Deuce.
That'll be the thing that will be able to carry her through this match. Just that strength from the back of the court. Just see there, beautifully generated again. It's undoing the two-hander on the other side of the net. That's a terrific follow-up.
Kumkum.
So Kumkum having to do the hard work here. Just set up off the big first serve. That's what she needs.
Game.
Oh, and a bad unforced error from Wang. Had the whole court open.
One is 4-3.
Kumkum, though, holding serve. Still Wang, though. 4-3 with a break in this singles semi-final.
Fine.
So Wang to serve with the break, 4-3 in this opening set. Again, just not needing to go for those lines. Kum can afford to have a little bit of a laugh to herself. Just hanging in at the moment. That's better from Wang.
15.
But it really is a very dangerous game that she plays, going close to those lines each time.
Oh. 30-15.
Gee, tremendous depth from both players. One coming up with the point. Chance at 5-3. Players having to work super hard. The day is starting to warm up. That's a good finish.
40-30.
Ball too short from Wang. Komkum making no mistake.
Deuce.
Another unforced error by Wang. Change over a racket, but even still, that's a bad error. Well, you just need to put the ball nice and deep, not have to do too much with it, but just couldn't finish.
Advantage. 1.
That's a good way to follow up. Big first serve.
Game.
That's wide. So Wang holds after a bit of a struggle.
1 is
5 games to 3.
5 game to 3.
Just going long. Both players just struggling for consistency at the moment. Just trying to string more than a point together. Coming up after this match, men's singles semi-final action, Wu Di to play the top seed, Yuichi Sugita of Japan. That's coming up at the conclusion of this match.
Fifteen.
That's a miss hit from Wang. And that's dealt with as well. Not sure if Wang likes the call here, but big first serve, just coming off the back of the line. That's a nice follow-up too.
Game.
So, Kumkum, that's an easy hold. Be loving that, but now Huang Xiang will be coming out to serve for the opening set.
Fine.
So, Wang Xiang, the second seed in this event, women's singles, this wildcard playoff, serving for the opening sets. That's a great way to start. Positive.
15.
It's better from Kumkum. She's in control of that point. That's the way to play it, Wang. Just move her from side to side. That's a good finish. Again, didn't really have to move. Was right in the middle of the court. Had plenty of time.
Oh. 40-15.
Now has 2 set points.
First center was good. First serve.
Oh, tough call. That's a regulation put away
40-30.
From Kumkum. Just hasn't had the opportunity, though, to do that a lot in this opening set. One more opportunity for Wang to close it out. Be looking for a big first serve. Oh, almost. Gee, Wang did a power of work to get to that ball. Kumkum would have been thinking twice. Did have to run back for that ball. That was a terrific setup. And here she's thinking she's won the point. Got there. Just missing. Oh, right idea again from Kumkum. But just didn't need to go quite so close to the line. Wang was moving back into the middle of the court.
Deuce.
Again, just that ball sitting up, that serve sitting up, put away. Just needs that big first serve. That's a better serve. Another set point opportunity.
One.
That's it.
Game
Finally got there. Hong Xian getting that first set. 6 games to 4 in the first of our semi-finals for today.
Time.
So the second set about to get underway. Women's singles semi-final action. The Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off. The player on your screen, Wang Xiang, grabbing the first set, 6-4.
Second set. Kumkum Tusa.
Sika Kumkum with it all in front of her now. A set down, but serving first in the second set.
Love 15. Love 30.
Does not want to be untidy here, Kumkum. The start of this second set, Wang would have taken a bit of confidence out of winning the opening set here.
Love 40.
And this is a terrible start. Luxika Kumkum. Oh, there it is, another double fault. That is a terrible start. And Wang has been gifted the opening game. Break of serve. Now it's time for Kumkum to put that last service game out of her mind and really focus on trying to get the break back as quickly as possible.
Oh. 15. $30-15.
This really hasn't been able to get anything going. Luxika Kumkum. Although that might help.
$40-30.
She'd be frustrated with herself. Luxika Kumkum. Overall. Just going wide there again. Trying to generate that angle.
Game.
And again, another unforced error.
20.
Wong off to a great start
Wong
in this
is
second set.
2 games to love.
Just not going her way. On the player on your screen. But for Wang Xiang, the ideal start. Continuing that momentum that she took out of the last part of the first set and really putting it into play in this second set.
Love. Please. Circular.
This is much better from Kumkum. Just highlights the importance of getting that first ball back into play. Oh, gave that absolutely everything, Wang, there. That was brilliantly finished off on that backhand side. Something that we haven't seen too much of today. The confidence is starting to build.
$40-15. Question was good.
Oh, that's a tough call again. Kumkum would have had a short ball to put away. In the end, it was exactly the same serve.
Kumkum.
Kumkum, nice finish.
One is
after a terrible opening service game. Still a breakdown though. Wang leading 2-1. And I think Kumkum, as we saw a little bit in that last game, the game before, I think the trainer might be being called out to court for a little bit of treatment. Certainly the umpire seemed to be motioning to someone in the background. So we'll just see what happens here. I imagine this would happen pretty quickly, that the trainer wants to be called, that they'd be on standby and ready to go. And as predicted, you can see there in the middle of your screen, Laksika Kumkum talking about some treatment options potentially. The umpire obviously needs to be involved with what's happening. The tournament referee, Wayne McEwen, is on hand as well, the Australian Open tournament referee. And I think what's happening here is that the umpire is having to do some translation work with the trainer, talking about what the issue might be. Yes, I think a few things are being lost in translation here. Hence a little bit of confusion. The umpire getting involved to help out. Tournament referee there as well. I think that bench might be a little small to be able to treat Sika Kumkum on, so I think they might have to either go inside or get some more towels and just see if they can sort it out on the court. So we'll just wait and see exactly what they're going to do. Looks like more towels will be coming out. Yes, which they are. So the treatment period will be getting underway. So an opportunity to assess the injury and then some time to be able to treat it. So the treatment phase, I think, is underway now, as you can see, just the leg being massaged. Really was a tough opening service game for Luxika Kumkum. A couple of double faults thrown in there, losing it to Love. Just see the lower leg there being looked after. The umpire will start the timer. And obviously let Wang Jiang know what's going on. She's starting to keep stretching, keep moving. That's important to do. Might even see if she goes out and maybe has a couple of warm-up serves. So we'll have about 5 minutes here of the injury timeouts. And then looks like Kumkum will have to come back out and see how she goes with that. The trainer can be on standby, but only during the 90-second change of ends and then the 2 minutes in between sets. Beautiful day in Nanjing. Top temperature expected to be 30 degrees Celsius. Coming up after this match, it is men's singles semi-final action. Wu Di in action, taking on the top seed Yuichi Sugita. It's next on our feature court. We'll try and get some scores from some of the other courts, or the other court in operation with some other semi-finals. But in the meantime, Sika Kumkum is receiving treatment on the side of the court. We've got to test it out and move the towel on. I think she'll be okay to come back out and play. Certainly Wan Xiang
Fine.
is ready to go. Can often be a tricky process playing against an injured player. The game will continue. Wang Xiang with the break in this second set.
15 love.
So the main thing to look for here for Kumkum is her movement around the court. Wang won't need to go for the line so much now. Just keep moving her opponent from side to side. Really test out that injury.
Circular.
For Wang now, the important thing is to just keep on top. Keep that momentum going. There's been the long break in between. Just really try and push home this advantage.
It
certainly appears to be hampered moving around the court, and Wang should be aware of that now. Maybe even a few drop shots from time to time. Test that forward movement. 3 game points.
Oh, that's
better from Kumkum. Didn't really have to move to that ball. Nice and deep. She's going to have to hit out. Try and compensate for some of that loss of movement. Ah, it's better.
40-30.
She can generate some angle, this player, Kumkum. Now's the time to really fight. And again, just really hide the ball, set up nicely. That's nice work from Wang. That is the game plan from here on in, or at least it should be. Kumkum needs to be moved from side to side.
3-1.
Well, a bit of luck going her way as well. Nothing that Kumkum could have done with that. The dead net cord just coming at the right time. Full stretch, just dropping off the nets, rolling onto the other side. That's a nice finish as well.
Luxury.
So just getting your opponent way out of court. That's the time where you hit the line. And now, really a chance here for Wang. 3 more break points. Look at 4-1 and definitely in control at this stage. It's too good.
15-14.
Straight back to Kumkum there. So the looping ball just to get back into play, but tremendous angle again. The player from Thailand really opening up the court.
15-14.
That's a good serve.
30-14.
Looking to put the ball back into play. Don't put too much on it. It was just a good serve. Nice deep serve. Still one more break point though.
Deuce.
Right in the corner. Wang not happy. But the umpire right on that line. This is a good fight back from number 3 seed. Let's have another look. Just dropped in, it looks like. Bit hard to tell from that angle.
Advantage.
Well, this is the problem that Wang had in her match yesterday against Chen Liang. Just couldn't finish off the match, or just couldn't roll through her opponent. Made too many unforced errors.
Game.
And after having 3 break points,
Wang is 3 games to 2.
Kumkum comes back, wins every other point from there, and ends up holding. Wang still with the break though at 3 games to 2.
Time.稍微小点声，谢谢上面观众。好，50了。
Knows she's in control of this match. Really is hers for the taking. Can continue to trade serve. It's nicely finished.
15.
No problem with moving forward that time for Kumkum. Just does well to get her opponent way out of court.
Right center was good. Replay
And
one.
another correction here. No doubt would be disappointed with that. Just into the corner again. But making no mistake. Really is crunch time in this second set.
Here. $40-15.
It's the longest rally that we've had in this set. One coming up with a point. Both players just content really to work through the middle of the court. Oh, just moving backwards, Kumkum. Needed to go the other way.
Wong is.
So Wong still with the
4
advantage
games to
here. Hanging on to that single break. Made some good inroads on the last service game of Kumkum, getting 3 break points. Dropping the next 5 in a row.
La 15.
Well, frustration now setting in for Luxika Kumkum. Struggled with lower leg injury. Just hasn't produced the same consistency that's got it at this stage of the event.
Right center was good.
Another correction.
Cross up.
You see the linesperson moving out of the way. Try and get into position on the sideline. Much more positive play from Kumkum. That's what she needs to do. Really go on the attack now. All out attack from here. That ball set up nicely. It was there to be hit.
15-30.
Kumkum knows it as well. And now just hitting out at everything.
Next. Second service.
And there's the break again. Double break now, 5-2.
One is
Wang Xiang will come out and serve for the match after this change of ends.
Time.
So 5-2 the scoreline in this second set. Wang Xiang, the second seed, serving now for a spot in the final, which will be coming up tomorrow. Really played well in this second set.
Love 15.
So now the attack from Kumkum. She can't really do much else from here. Down the double break. Not sure what that noise is in the background. Some sort of fireworks display going off in the background. Nicely done.
15-13.
Haven't really seen too much of that. Laksika Kumkum. Beautiful setup into the corner of the court, just following the ball in. It's very interesting game style, double-handed off both sides. It's disappointing off the net cord from Kumkum. She was in control of that point. And really, Wang just going away from the game plan of moving Kumkum from side to side, being allowed to play that style at the moment. And now, match points. Points to get into the final. Play-off for an Australian Open wildcard. And that'll be put away. Well, all players, what a great rally.
Deuce.
Covering the entire court. Great way to save match points. One thing here from Wang, just a little unsure when she comes forward to that service line. The right thing by moving forward, but just retreated back. You can see there, had to play that tough half volley. It was way out of position.
Advantage.
And now, another match point.
1.
Just the second ace for the match. And there it is. 1 hour and 36 minutes. Wang Jiang is through to the final of the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off. It was a struggle at times. She won't be 100% happy with the way she played, but did enough to get through. 6-4, 6-2 over Lasika Kumkum of Thailand. And the second seed moves her way into the final. As we take a look at last point here, big first serve, really helped her out. Around 60% first serve percentage. She'll be pretty happy with that. Plenty of unforced errors, but did enough to get through. A great performance. So we'll find out who her opponent will be. That match being played on an outside court shortly. But in the meantime, we move on to men's singles semi-final action. Wu Di of China will take on the top seed, Yuichi Sugita. That match coming up in just a few moments here from Nanjing in China.
E R E R. Wait.
and gentlemen, welcome to Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off. The next match will be men's singles semifinal. Let's welcome our players. Yuichi Sugita from Japan, ranked 141. Di Wu from China, ranked 179. 女士们、先生们，欢迎大家来到本次比赛。这次下面我们要举行的是男子单打的半决赛。我们的出场的选手有日本选手 Yuichi Sugita， 他的世界排名是141。另外一名选手来自中国吴迪，他的世界排名是179。下面请大家观赏比赛，谢谢。
Men's singles semi-final action here at the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off. The players introduced onto court. Yuichi Sugita, the top seed from Japan, taking on Wu Di of China. Sugita ranked 141 in the world, taking on Wu Di, ranked 185. Both have had pretty good 2012s and very much looking forward to this, a place in the final on offer, and setting up a meeting with either Danai Udamchok of Thailand, the number 3 seed, or Jimmy Wang of Chinese Taipei, who is the 2nd seed. That match being played on an outside court. We'll get those results to you as soon as we have them. In the meantime, the toss of the coin. So Sugita won the toss, and we'll find out what he chose to do in just a moment. Peter Mercado alongside Dave Bidmead for this one. Welcome back.
Thank you, Pete. I'm looking forward to this one. We saw these guys in action yesterday, and both are pretty impressive in their quarter-final matches. And I think this will be a pretty close match.
So let's take a look at the two players in action today in a bit more detail. And the top seed in this event is Yuichi Sugita. That trademark headband that he's got going this week. 24 years of age, ranked 141 in the world, just off his best of 139. 13 futures titles in his career, 2 this year. He did win a futures event in Japan last week on the road to this tournament. Reached the final round of qualifying at the Australian Open and Wimbledon this year. And his biggest feat so far on the ATP Tour is reaching the quarterfinals of the tournament in Chennai back in January. But comes in here as the top seed and will be looking to join his countryman Kei Nishikori in the main draw of the men's singles at the Australian Open in 2013. Well, his opponent is Wu Di, of course, of China. Will have plenty of home crowd support here. Ranked 185 in the world, has been as high as 176. Risen, well, a long way. It was 422 at the end of 2011. The 21-year-old has got 3 futures titles this year under his belt, 6 overall. And the win-loss record, including yesterday's matches, sits at 53-18 this year, which is an amazing performance.
A lot of matches, Pete.
Absolutely.
Busy man.
Lost first round in a couple of ATP events that he received wildcards into, Beijing and Shanghai. Played the Davis Cup for China against Australia earlier this year and had 2 losses in the singles rubbers. But certainly from what we saw yesterday, we know what he can do. He can be a tricky customer and will give Sugita some problems.
Absolutely. He's quite an explosive player from what we saw yesterday, Wu. And Sugita plays a very solid style, likes to take the ball nice and early, sits up on the baseline and tries to dictate play. So it's going to be a pretty hard-hitting match, I think, this one. And yeah, should see some pretty exciting tennis.
Sugita having a win yesterday over Li Jie of China. And that was, well, an interesting match for the first set anyway. 6 games to 3 took the first set before Li was forced to retire with a fever. Wu Di, though, a bit of an upset, defeating the number 4 seed, Zhang Jie. 7-6, 6-2 in the end. It was a pretty strong performance, and, well, the head-to-head was in Zhang's favour, who was the 4th seed. But now, Wu able to turn that around, and they've had plenty of contests in 2012. The ledger now sitting at 5, though 3-2 in favour of Wu.
Of course, Davis Cup teammates as well, so know each other very well, those two yesterday. But, this is going to be a ripper, this one.
The temperature at the moment is continuing to rise, expecting a top of 30 degrees Celsius in Nanjing. Fine conditions for today. Bit of rain expected tomorrow, though, for the finals.
Is that right? You wouldn't have thought, seeing the conditions today.
I'm only going with what the Weather Bureau is predicting.
Don't know if you can trust them.
So hopefully we'll be able to get both of those matches completed pretty quickly tomorrow in Nanjing. You'll be able to catch the action right here. Don't forget the doubles finals to come after this. We'll start off with the women's doubles final. Zhou Yimiao of China and her teammate Han Xinyun. Number 4 seeds taking on Liang Chen and Zhu Yifan, the number 2 seeds. And then that'll be followed by the men's doubles finals. The semi-final opponents in the singles, Danae Udumshok and Jimmy Wang, are teaming up in the doubles. And they're taking on Li Xin Han and Peng Sen Yin. So they are the number 2 seeds there. So the women's first and then the men's doubles. Imagine it'd be tricky playing singles against your doubles partner and then teaming up for the doubles.
And it does happen fairly often as well, so it's very hard to be enemies at one stage and an hour later team up and be the closest of partners. But obviously they're playing out on match court 2, and we'll give you updates throughout this match of how they're progressing.
So Wu winning the toss, I think is what the umpire said there, choosing to receive. We're not too far away from a start in this match. Best of 3 sets here as well. A little bit windy as well. We've seen the wind start to pick up towards the end of that women's semi-final. We're not too far away from a start in this match. Official tennis balls of the Australian Open there. Just trying to simulate conditions in Australia.
They've done pretty well, especially with the weather as well today. 30 degrees, as you mentioned.
There is the bit more of the sports complex, all sorts of activities happening. But we won't be too far away from getting this match underway. Working through the middle of the day, these players. So Yuichi Sugita to get us underway in this semi-final. Saw a bit of that in the doubles yesterday.
We did. He likes to move up, take that forehand nice and early. Very explosive on that side. Very quick to get in position, Wu. Great footwork.
first meeting between these two players. An early breakpoint opportunity here for Wu.
Beautiful return from Wu. That's one of his trademarks, stepping in and taking those early, and gets a break in that first game. Up 1-love.
Well, certainly an encouraging start.
We saw this yesterday with his returns. He likes to get inside the baseline, get it out in front, very aggressive. Definitely his style of play, taking the ball early. And pays off with break a serve in that first game. Very confident start from Wu. Sugita a little bit nervous those first few points.
Oh, a different opponent to the one he had yesterday. Against Li Jie, Sugita was pretty much allowed to play his own game, was pretty comfortable. Come up with a different sort of game plan for playing Wu Di, who has a bit of variation in his game, which we didn't see yesterday. Never smart playing a drop shot, giving it that much height. Particularly someone with the pace of Wu Di.
That's why very quick around the court. Wu all over that one. Not the smartest of shots, especially since he had the short ball.
Well, this is a dream start for Wu Di. He has come flying out of the blocks. I think Sugita's just a little surprised here. He's not being allowed to work into the match.
A great service game from Wu. Looking very confident. You can see in the body language as well. Up on the toes at the moment.
Look how comfortable he is, just pacing around the court.
Isn't he? Looking very relaxed. Just business as usual for him. And there he goes again. Very free hitting. Steps in, takes an early, the return early, pounces on the second ball and sets it up.
Dangerous thing here, Sugita's thinking he can't be hitting like this for the whole match, is that game might become a little less consistent, but you might be 5-love down, so a bit tough to make your way back into it. That's pretty much the first error we've seen from Wu Di in the match.
He's on fire, isn't he, Wu Di, at this stage?
Well, he's certainly not nervous. I think we've established that.
Very free hitting. Sugita's going to have to pick up his first serve percentage. Otherwise, he's going to get that second serve clobbered.
Oh, what a pickup. All over that first serve as well. Oh, we're going to have the corrected call, so back to first serve here. Break point for Wu. Well, he's almost there.
Great hustle from Wu Di. More positive signs, though, from Sugita.
I'd be disappointed, Wu, that he just blocked that ball, last ball back into the net. Trying to get back into position. Had a bit more of a play on it. There's just one speed, isn't it?
It's big hitting. Not a massive man, but certainly can generate some power.
Just clobbering the ball.
If he can keep this up, he's going to be pretty tough to beat. Good change up with the serve there from Sugita, throwing the kick serve. Get up high on Wu's backhand. He's going to make sure he mixes up that serve and not become too predictable.
You can't do much with that, really, can you? The only thing you'd say, Sugita's favour, or to Sugita, don't put it down the middle of the court because he's going to do that. You don't have too many options.
Well, he's not sure what to do at the moment, I think, Sugita. Wu's just on fire in these early stages.
Wow, dream start for Wu Di. On fire at the moment. 3 games to love in this opening set. I don't think he'll want to sit down. He'll want to just keep going around to the other side of the court and keep this going.
He certainly does. Gives Sugita a little bit of a stare as they cross for the change of ends as well. Just to let him know, I'm going pretty well here, mate.
Yuichi just with a bit of work to do now.
And it might be just a case of weathering the storm, because you would think that Wu Di can't keep up with this tennis at the moment. I mean, he's playing incredible, hardly made an error. But if he keeps it up, then there's not going to be much that Sugita can do.
Well, that's it. It's a matter of trying to get into the points now and maybe try something, or try and change something. The problem is he can't change much because he's just having to play defensively the whole time.
I think also the difficult thing is with his game style is that he doesn't have that much variation. It's a neat serve, and he just plays that same way from the baseline. Solid, likes to take it early, but Doesn't slice that much, doesn't really rip the forehand, doesn't come into net much, so it's going to be tough. He's going to have to try and find a way to mix it up.
Great start. So we'll just employ the same tactics then. Sagita said, righto, I'll have a go at this as well now. A great serve. Kicking off the line.
Leon.
62% first serve percentage at the moment for Wu Di. You're pretty happy with that. That's what's setting up the points for him. Because he's won all of them on the first serve. 5 of 5. So now the frustration setting in. Sagita trying to keep up.
Can't afford to make those kind of errors. Mid-court ball. He's feeling the pressure, so perhaps just going for a little too much, pressing.
The wildest of the shots that he's hit so far.
I think so. He's
just riding his luck a bit at the moment, I think. Just one speed, coming forward into the net. And the attack. Sagita's thinking, when will this end? He's on fire. 4-love opening sets. I don't think Yuichi Sagita had this in the game plan.
No, I don't think you wouldn't have expected this. They haven't played before, but no doubt they would have seen each other play and been around the same tournaments. But didn't expect Wu Di to come out firing like this, that's for sure. 4-love.
First for the match. But now, part of that frustration, Sagita just going to question some of the calls.
Take it out on the umpires.
It's tricky. We don't have a full complement of lines people on the court, so you've got lines people moving from the centre line to the sideline, so sometimes it'd be a bit tricky to make the call, particularly when they're serving at speed. That would have felt good though.
Very quick movement from Sagita to move up and take that out of the air with a forehand drive. Great footwork.
Well, better trying to extend the rally a little bit. Perfect.
He's got to do more of that. We've seen him do 2 this game. But just try and mix it up. Not let Wu settle into the rally.
So he's on the board now, Yuichi Sugita, but he has got a mountain to climb in this opening set. Wu Di leading 4 games to 1. So Wu Di 4-1. He's looking to keep the pressure on. Again, the potency of that first serve so important. It's part of the frustration for Sugita, the fact that that first serve percentage of Wu Di is so high. Oh, best hitting that we've seen all week.
He's so relaxed at the moment, Wu Di. Just dictating play, very free hitting. Fearless tennis.
Gee, there were a couple of close down this end of the court to the line. Very close to the line.
Might have caught the line a couple of times there. Excellent depth.
Great hitting. Wu Di holds 5-1 opening set. Yuichi Sugita, are you riding this set off and working to set number 2?
Yeah, he'd want to hold serve here so he can try and start serving the start of the second set. But you never know in tennis. Anything can happen, and Wu, Oh, he's just on fire at the moment. Let's see what happens.
How well is he seeing that return?
Must have had a great warm-up.
Yeah. Just clobbering that second serve. Wow, this is incredible to watch. 5-1, love 30.
He certainly needs a few more of those, Sajida. Good first serve up the middle.
One of the rare times that he's had a cheapie. And now another one. So we'd be wanting to just finish off, lock away this set, move on to set number 2.
Keep that momentum.
Reward for effort. Well, that is his second double fault for the match. Set point for Wu Di. And a well-deserved first set. Wu Di has been the class player here. 6 games to 1 in just 24 minutes. So the second set about to get underway. Player on your screen, an amazing opening set of tennis. Let's see if it can continue. Oh, disappointment for both players there, I would suggest.
Well played from Wu, setting up with a nice second serve. Cramming Sajida, getting the mid-court ball.
So, if you're the number 1 seed, you've just dropped the first set 6-1, what are you thinking here?
I think he needs to play a lot more points just like he did then. He was the one being the aggressor. Up on the baseline where he likes to be, taking the ball early. I think he needs to work his way in the rally a bit more, get the returns deep, and just try and work on, I guess, work himself in the point more and not giving away any loose errors. When he was under the pump midway through that first set, he just started spraying a few, obviously feeling the pressure. But when Wu's playing like that, it's pretty hard to do anything.
You look back down the other end of the court and you go, that's probably too good. I'm going to try and focus on the serve a bit now. Good holds. Hasn't lost any of the momentum from the opening sets. Just leading. There you see the scoreline, 6-1. Then 1-love. It really is an impressive performance. And certainly is a player on the rise. That huge jump in the rankings that he had. Started with the Hopman Cup last year and has continued it through. And certainly need players to fly the flag for Chinese men's tennis anyway, to see if they can get the feats or try and achieve the feats of their female counterparts.
You mentioned the serve just before, Pete, with Sajida. Very important that he just locks down on his service games and just try and really make sure he holds and hangs in this set for as long as he can and try and get an opportunity. It's the thing with tennis, you might get killed in the first set, but if you just hang in there.
Interesting there. Sagita playing down the middle of the court, just really not trying to go for too much and just allowing Wu to try and create his own pace. We're not the best tactic with the form his opponent is in at the moment. First ace for the match. Even there, you see Wu just make his way across the court. He almost
nearly got a racket, didn't he?
Oh boy.
It's a good move from Sajida. There we see Wu in the far corner of the screen though.
There's an interesting doubles match yesterday, the semi-final that we played with his partner, 16 years of age and didn't have a lot of experience. Had to talk him through how to get around on the doubles court.
he played very well in that double still, Wu, didn't he? 'Cause he had to take it a bit more responsibility, and he really stepped up. Even though they went down, had a pretty good match. Sajida trying to fire himself up there.
The importance of holding serve right now. Well, they'll take a little of the pressure off. Needed to hold serve just to get back into this match. Just slow the momentum slightly. I think now we're seeing a little more of the Wu D game. A few unforced errors thrown in as well.
There weren't too many in that first set. Hardly made an error. He's absolutely playing some fantastic tennis. Sajid, if you can hang in there, the opportunities will come. He's got to let Wu that he's going to hang around. Let him know.
Looks as if he's almost resigned to his fate a little bit.
Yeah, the body language isn't too positive at the moment.
Nothing ball off the back foot. Now I think the key is to just be solid. Just get that ball back into play. Try and really get into that Wu serve. Try and get some 15s, get some 30s, just a step at a time.
Bit of scoreboard pressure.
Oh. Well, that's his first ace for the match. Comes at a good time on serve. 2-1, second set.
He's a confident man going for second serve aces. Great change up down the tee there from Wu D.
Coming up after this, the women's doubles final. And then the men's doubles final to come as well. So some doubles action after these two singles semi-finals. We'll try and track down some scores for you from the other matches being played around the grounds. I can tell you that Zhang Yujuan has won through to the women's final, defeating Qin Wei Chan of Chinese Taipei 7-5, 6-love. And so it will be an all-China final. Zhang ranked 515 in the world. And she'll take on the second seed Wang Xiang in the final tomorrow.
Wu, on fire. You can't do anything wrong at the moment. We saw in that rally, it's just all the same hitting. So he's looking very comfortable. If Sajida can just try and change that up. He's not making him move much at the moment. Very much up the middle of the court. There we go.
That's the spot right there. Oh dear. Well, he's hit a couple of balls into the advertising signs at the back of the court. Just so frustrated.
Practicing against the wall. You have trouble beating the wall as well.
That's better from Sugita. We're moving side to side that time. Just can't string 2 points together. Just not allowed to, really. Second double fault for the match. Not at the greatest of times, I would have thought. Another break point opportunity. In fact, it's his third double fault for the match. It's all going one way at the moment. 3 games to 1 with the break. Wu Di. It's his match for the taking now.
Certainly is, Pete. Sajida not moving his feet at all in that shot. And we can see his body language has dropped, shoulders have dropped. Not looking too comfortable out there at all. And if you're Wu Di, you see your opponent up the other end looking like that. Gives you an extra spring in your step. Just testing out the racket, Sajida, just to make sure it works still.
Yeah, pretty sure it's not the racket the issue at the moment. I have a little bit to do with the man serving at the moment. All over this match. Well, he'll be pretty pleased with that. It's just that he can't string 2 of those together.
Good to see him following in and hit a volley. We've seen him hit a few forehand drive volleys. It's the first time he's really been on top of the net closing in. Perhaps should look to do that a few more times. Keep mixing things up.
Oh, well, he's shown everything today, Wu Di. There's just another example. That is an excellent change-up.
Didn't actually land that short, but I don't think anyone saw it coming.
Nope.
Well disguised, great change-up.
Well, there it is, 4-1 now. Wu Di in complete control of this match. That man on your screen, pretty happy with the way things are going at the moment. Can trade serve now. Put all the pressure back on Sugita to try and do something. Try and turn this deficit around. It really, after 43 minutes, has been just one-way traffic.
And his serving's been very impressive. Such a high first serve percentage. And it allows him to be so free on the returns. If you can rely on your serve like that, then you've almost got a free hit. And especially these next few games for Wu Di. Not much pressure. He's been serving well. He can just go, all right, I'm going to attack the returns again. Try and get another break. Whereas Sugita's only got a few, or a handful of points, of free points on his first serve. That's been a big difference.
Well, serving at 63% at the moment for the match, winning 56% of those points. But for Wu Di, 70% going in, winning 90% of those points. 49 points to 24. That is indicated by the scoreline. Sometimes they say the scoreline doesn't tell the story. At the moment it is. It is very much dominance of Wu Di. And really, it started off in that opening set. Really set the tone early, and Sugita's been trying to play catch-up ever since. Well, let's see what he can do now at 1-4. That's a sign of a player who has absolutely no confidence at the moment.
He set it up all right, but just going for so much. Make that ball and think about the next shot. Still going to be in control. Sugita talks to himself. Not a happy man at the moment.
The unforced errors are flowing as well. Fourth double fault for the match. A couple more break points. Virtual match points here. I think he wants that ball back.
The lucky ball.
Yep. And the fifth double fault for Yuichi Sugita, the top seed in this event, hands another break to Wu Di. 1 game away now from the final. 5 games to 1 the second set. Now, serving it out. Finishing off the match. Some big first serves. He really has served well today.
Slight delay here as Sajida tries to gather himself.
That won't impress him. The umpire making an overrule. So you're going to argue the case. Was saying that it was on the far sideline. And I've got the feeling this is going to be over very, very quickly.
Might be a quick last game. Not too happy after that call.
Yeah, he's still thinking about it. So rapidly getting towards the conclusion of this match, and nothing has gone right for Yuichi Sugita, the top seed. But this man has been superb. 3 match points. And that'll do it. 6-1, 6-1, 49 minutes for Wu Di to advance to the final against Yuichi Sugita, the top seed. And Wu Di's brilliant week continues here in Nanjing. And really, Dave, what an amazing display of tennis. It started from the very first game and it continued on from there.
Incredibly impressive. He came out blazing away and we thought he wouldn't be able to keep it up, but he did. He just kept going, and Sajida dropped off even more, and Wu was very comfortable throughout the whole match. Very impressed with his game, Wu. A lot of flair, and likes to come in a bit. He can serve well. He served incredibly well in that match, winning over 90% of his first serves when they went in, well up in the 70s. He's going to be pretty tough to beat in the final.
Absolutely. Well, 71% first serve percentage, winning 92% of those points. That's always going to set it up. But let's just have a look at some of the highlights, and there were plenty of them today. Just solid, composed. He played really aggressive at the start, Wu Di. Didn't allow Sugita into the match at all. Really, the heavy ground strokes, particularly off that forehand side, really were just impressive today all the way through. Didn't really drop off at any stage of the match. You just see Sugita on the back foot. That was the first set there, and then rolling into the second set. Sugita just pushing side to side, having to fight hard for every single point. A rare moment of joy here as the court opened up for him, was able to put it away. But really, not much went his way at all. Just 25 points for the match to 57. 49 minutes the match completed in, and the final score 6-1, 6-1. So Wu Di to face either Jimmy Wang, the number 2 seed, or the 3rd seed, Denai Udamchok. That match is being played on an outside court. But impressive display, and he will be competitive for whoever he plays in the final tomorrow. Well, that's it for the singles action. Time to get into the women's doubles. And the final of the women's doubles here at the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off. Coming up shortly, Zhou Yimhao of China and her partner Han Jinyun, the number 4 seeds, taking on the 2nd seeds, Zhu Yifan and Liang Cheng. That match coming up shortly here live from Nanjing.
and gentlemen, welcome to Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off. The next match will be women's doubles final. Now I will introduce the players. Doubles pair number 1, Han Xinyu from China, ranked 132. Zhou Yimiao from China, ranked 387. Doubles pair 2, Liang Chen from China, ranked 200. Xu Yifan from China, ranked 143. 女士们、先生们，欢迎来到本次澳网公开赛外卡赛亚太赛区。下面将举行的是女子双打的决赛。现在我为大家介绍一下选手。第一位选手是来自中国的韩星宇，他的世界排名是132。第二位选手是周一苗，他也来自中国，他的排名是387。第二位选手同样来自中国。第一位是梁晨，他的世界排名是200。第二位选手徐一帆，他来自中国，世界排名是143。Now let's enjoy the match. Thank you. 现在让我们大家欣赏比赛，谢谢。
The final of the women's doubles at the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off, and looking forward to what will be an exciting match. And it is an all-Chinese encounter. The pairing of Han Junyun and Zhou Yimiao of China, the number 4 seeds, taking on Liang Cheng of China and her Chinese partner Zhu Yifan. Peter Mikado alongside Dave Bidmead for this one. And this will be a very interesting match. Big prize on offer. If you can't get into the singles main draw, the next best thing is to get a doubles wildcard berth.
Absolutely. And given their rankings as well, both pairings wouldn't get directly into the Australian Open. So it's even more on offer here for these doubles pairings.
Just a bit of last minute preparations here for Liang Chen, who played yesterday and had a bit of a problem there, just a readjustment of tape. So the toss of the coin. Yang and Zhu winning the toss. I don't know what they were discussing there, but anyway, we'll get into the warm-up. This is the number 4 seeded pair, Han and Zhou. Let's take a look at the players in a little more detail. Let's take a look at the Han and Zhou combination. And certainly they've been working their way through the tournament pretty easily. Had some good wins along the way. They are the number 4 seeds. Had a win over the top seeds yesterday in a little bit of an upset. Han Junyun, 22 years of age, is a lefty, so always handy to have left-handed, right-handed combination in doubles. Currently ranked 146 in doubles, has been as high as number 90, but that was way back in 2008. Has had some reasonable success on the doubles tour, winning a title, well, pretty much every year except 2011. So one $50,000 event, one $75,000 event, and then a selection of $25,000 events as well. So pretty consistent across the tour. In singles, ranked 291 at the moment, and we'll be looking to add to that tally today in the final. And her partner, Zhou Yimiao, is ranked 385 in doubles. Has been as high as 184. That was back in 2010. And that came in 2010. That ranking came off the back of 3 titles in doubles. And 1 title back in 2009. And a couple in Australia back in 2008. So that is the partnership there, Zhou and Han. Well, their opponents today, who are down the other end of the court from where our camera is positioned now. There they are on your screen. On the left-hand side is Liang Cheng, 23 years of age. As I mentioned, played yesterday in the singles event and fell in straight sets to the number 2 seed. So take a look at her doubles ranking, which sits at 198. It's been as high as 167. That was in July this year. Has won 2 doubles titles this year. A whole heap of titles back in 2011. And then 2 titles in 2009 and 1 back in 2006. 23 years of age. Partner, Zhu Yifan, 24 years of age, 144 in doubles, been as high as number 88 in the world back in 2008. Has picked up a couple of titles across 2012 on the doubles court. 4 doubles titles to be precise. Plenty of doubles titles back in 2010 as well. And very experienced on the doubles court is Zhu Yifan. As you can see, there is left-handed as well. So those are your players for the final. Best of 2 sets. Match tiebreak to decide the 3rd set if required. Sun Death Juice along the way as well. One of the guidelines to remember here is that if you are actually successful in this match today, you do need to compete at the Australian Open as a team. And the wild card is not transferable. So if a player has to drop out through injury, then the tournament organisers can reallocate that wild card. So you're locked in now.
Locked in. Better stay healthy.
Exactly. And stay together as a team. Certainly
Right,
for
no
the first
fallings
Grand
out.
Slam next year.
So Pete, if you had to pick a pairing, who would you go with in this one?
Well, certainly the number 4 seeds have been pretty impressive as they've worked their way through the draw. But obviously being in the Chinese system, all these players, they know each other's games pretty well. So I think we'll get a fair indication in the first couple of games. Good day for tennis in Nanjing. If a little on the warm side, the breeze has dropped down somewhat. Top of 30 Celsius we're expecting. There is Han Jinyun, part of the 4th seeded team. Play a lot of doubles, so trying to get that doubles ranking up along with the singles ranking is important, but also that extra match practice that you can get at an event, particularly starting out. Important to play both doubles and singles because you do get those extra matches.
Plus, if you play a lot of doubles, it helps you with your serving, returning, and a few finer things, volleying, moving forward, which you can definitely convert to your singles play. And can't forget the prize money that players pick up from doubles as well if they're playing singles or primarily playing singles. The prize money in doubles certainly helps with expenses and such as coaching and travelling, hotels. There's plenty of them in the tennis world, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's always interesting. I'd love to do a series on players who are working hard on the Challenger and Futures circuit as to the less glamorous side of tennis, if you like, and off the top tier, both the men's and the women's game, and some of the amazing places around the world that people wouldn't have heard of, and places to stay and how that's organised, and working on a budget and that sort of thing as well, because you do need to be budget conscious. You're not necessarily travelling with a team, and it can be really hard.
Absolutely right. It's a hard slog to get to the top. Extremely tough sport. And that's why an event like this gives players such a great opportunity to try and get that leg up and crack that next step.
Well, the immediate boost to your ranking with getting into the first round of a Grand Slam is just enormous, particularly if you've got players around you who are ranked similar to you, similar points. If you can get the jump on them early in the year with no points to defend at the Grand Slam, then that will put you in, set you up really for the rest of the season, or it could potentially. Certainly, if you're ranked around 145 or so, that could be enough to get you towards the top 100. Very close, if not inside the top 100. So the last few serves here. Reminder too that this is a sudden death juice. Receiver's choice. So if it gets to juice, the next point will decide the game. Designed to speed up doubles across competitions. It's certainly been running on the ATP tour for a number of years.
Does make it a little more exciting, I think, Pete. Adds more pressure to each game.
Will make it a bit more nerve-wracking.
That's right.
So not too far away from a start in this one. The final of the women's doubles competition. The Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off. And those few spectators who have been just above the court there have been sticking around for most of today and looking forward to another all-Chinese encounter. So now all about getting off to a good start. So we wait for the Zhou and Han combination.
Ready. Play.
And away we go. So Zhou Yimiao serving from the top of your screen. Okay, so the advantage of having a left-hander is fairly obvious on the return of serve in particular. Also has advantages, particularly when right-handed players don't play lefties all that often. Getting used to the style of play, positioning of the serve, it's a complete readjustment that's required. Well, nice work from all players. I'd like to have seen Zhou just maybe step in a little more off that first volley.
It's good to see the net players getting involved early in this first game.
Yep, and crossing as well. So nicely set up serve.
And that's the play you might see with a lefty serve. Get them out wide and set it up for the net player. Very important is the placement of your serve in doubles. It's not all about power.
So just Liang overhitting there. And so the Hangzhou combination holding. And the first look at the I formation for this afternoon in the opening game.
It's good to see, Pete. It's good to see in women's doubles as well, mixing it up like this. Bit of I formation keeps you returning, or your opponents guessing on the return. It's very important. You don't want to get your opponents into a rhythm.
But very clear though, we saw there Joe was, when there wasn't the I form, just traditional formation, was right over the very edge of the court. Going to I formation, you stand almost behind one another. Liang Chen to serve.
Slight phone interruption.
You should turn it off, really.
Absolutely. Should be a sign outside, I'm sure.
Oh, that was interesting from Han Jinyun. I believe that would be a message about the mobile phone. That off the frame. Plenty of loop from all players here. Got to be careful. That breeze, as you can see with the umbrellas on the left-hand side, just starting to gust a little bit. Well, Zhu Yifan just at the net there. She didn't look like she was going to be crossing into the middle of the court. I just think missed it completely.
I think she actually missed it. Yeah, she was there on the volley. Took her off the ball. Not a bad attempt on the lob volley.
Yes, and
very difficult shot though.
Breakpoint opportunity now for Han and Zhou. Get off to a good start. Good cross, Han and Zhou leading 2-0 in the final.
That's good to see. Some great movement from the net player there. Han stepping across and poaching that ball.
Well, it just set up, didn't it? There's not a lot of pace on that. Trying to get it deep, but plenty of time to just move across and really just take it at the net.
And with women's doubles, that's a key factor. Basically, if you can get the return deep and set it up for your net player. What we often do see is cross-court rallies with the two net players staying up. One up, one back. It's a timid return there from Liang.
Oh, well, bit of luck.
Fantastic pickup.
It certainly was. Did all the hard work there, Liang Chen. Let's have a look at this pickup again.
It's an amazing shot, whether she meant it or not.
Well, certainly the face
Came
of the
off.
racket was probably not at the right angle. That's nicely set up again.
30-15.
You tell the experience of those players on your screen, doubles. That can happen when you cross. So we see here, just having to commit into the middle of the court, and that's what happens. Particularly if your opponent can see where you're going out of the corner of their eye, they can make that adjustment.
Still not a bad move. Keep your opponent guessing. More often than not, it will pay off.
Again, just another change up by Han and Zhou.
See the eye formation. It actually paid off pretty well. Got the short ball. Just did not get enough topspin on the shot.
Well, the pressure is applied there by the position of the serve down the middle, which means invariably that ball's going to come back down the middle of the court too, so you've got more options. Your serving player can get across in time if there is a cross. But another break point. Chance for Liang and Chen to get on the board.
Deciding point. Receiver choice.
So, which way will we go here? Who's going to take it?
And it's a massive point, isn't it? Even these early stages. Go 3-love, consolidate the break, or it's back on serve.
And see how they're setting up.
Too sure.
Bit hard to tell, really, isn't it? They're both standing in the middle of the court.
I think they're not too sure either at this stage.
Well, it looks like they're going out to the ad court, so it looks like Zhu Yifan will receive the ball.
Once again, great cross at net. Zhou getting it done. Been very impressive at net so far.
And that's the interesting part about, the exciting part about the sudden death juice. Means the game's over pretty quickly. So 3 games to love. Good start for the number 4 seeds.
Fine.
So the last of the quartet to serve. And that's Liang just letting that ball sail over her head. But Zhu Yifan serving.
Very important game here for this pairing. Drop the serve here, and that first set is just about gone.
Wow, tried to get into position there, Han Jinyun, but
that lefty spin just cramped her up. We can see the advantage of being a left-hander on the serve.
But also in the juice court as well, where you're just serving from, the ability to get that ball sliding down the middle to the right-hander's backhand.
And moving away, whereas opposed to generally moving forward with a right-hander or into the body.
3 game points. There it is. Liang Zhu get on the board. 3 games to 1 though, they're down.
3 games to 1. Do you think when lefties play lefties that they get thrown off because they're so used to playing?
Well, I think they would.
Yeah.
Absolutely, because there aren't too many lefties out there.
That's right. So 80 or 90% of the time they're playing against a right-handed player. Then they have to change it up all of a sudden.
Yes, so those weapons can sometimes level up. And even rarer than that, seeing 2 lefties playing on the same side of a doubles team.
Doesn't happen that often.
No. No, that is quite rare. That's nicely done. Both players at the net there, just always on their toes, moving from side to side. And a nice finish there from Liang.
Liang sporting the headband. We've seen a few headbands this week. Interesting, not actually covering her hair though, so just must like the feel of it.
That's a quality finish from Zhu. You a headband kind of guy?
No, not really. Prefer hats, I think. Occasionally go with a headband, but maybe on a sunny day. What about yourself, Pete?
Well, I play mainly at night, so
that's where you might wear a headband, actually.
Yeah, no. We're a Haddiford sunny, but that's about it. Right play, that ball's sitting up, goes through the net player.
Couple of break points now for Liang and Zhu.
And there it is, they've got the break. Zhu and Liang clawing their way back into this. 3-2 now. It's certainly been pretty even. 16 minutes.
Time.
Oh, wow, great positioning.
Great shot. Full stretch. Able to get that deep cross court. Here we go.
Oh, on the backhand too.
In a lot of trouble. Unbelievable shot.
Zhou Yimiao digging that ball out. Always covering across there. Wouldn't mind seeing a bit more variation from the teams. Try a couple down the line. Just to see that cross coming over.
Great shot, just what you said, Pete. Net player moving way too early then, though. Just need to hold her ground a little bit longer.
Yeah, plenty of real estate down that line that time.
Sergio.
And again up the line. So now the doubt, Zhu Yifan at the net as to whether she stays or goes.
And it's one of those things in doubles, you lose a bit of confidence, you've been passed a couple of times up the line. You start getting a little more nerve wracking to move. You got to stay positive though.
Great rally from all players. But another break of serve. Han Zhou working hard, the number 4 seeds. 4-2 in this opening set. back to Han Jinyun to serve. The players know they have an opportunity on each other's second serve. That ball really does spin in. Not a lot of pace.
We've seen some pretty impressive first serving though so far from both pairs. In the 80s, first serve percentage. But we can see what happens if they do miss it.
Well, really, Joe should have come across to that at the net. Was moving the wrong way. That ball in the middle of the court, and Nan Chen open to it.
A little bit of luck with the net cord there.
But even still now, the doubts in the mind of Zhou Yimiao. Well, another break. So we've gone break for break here. Games back on serve. Han and Zhou leading 4-3, the opening set of the final. Zhu Yifan to serve.
Great put away from Liang there. Zhu Yifan holding her serve to love last time. Not a particularly fast serve, but tricky. A lot of spin, lefty.
The right idea coming into attack there, but Joe a little over ambitious.
Every time we've seen a second serve, we've seen the returner attack. That's the way to do it in women's doubles.
Well, they lost the advantage there. That ball just spun in. And here,
Zhou did very well to hold it ground there.
so there's the slice, and that's what really undid them in the end. Then they were under pressure because the team down the other end of the court had a target to hit. So break point opportunity in 5-3 lead on offer for the Zhou and Han combination. Number 4 seeds in this event. There is the break. 5 games to 3. Interesting off the return there. The lob, you don't see that too often in your higher levels of tennis.
You don't. Every now and then it pays off because the net player's not expecting it, and you can get very good court positioning from it. Not sure what the error came from then, running around and trying to hit a forehand. Just hit the backhand line, get yourself back in the rally. Bit of a loose one there.
I'm assuming that's what the discussion
I think so.
will be about. So now, the Zhou and Han combination. Zhou serving for the set. Again, a bit of an issue at the net there.
Anything up the middle, the net player has just got to cross.
Yeah.
The return was firm from Liang. But you got to take those chances. We haven't seen someone hold serve for a while, Pete.
All over the nets. That's the way to play it, Lian Chen.
Fantastic movement. On her toes. Great split step forward, really closing in on top of the net.
Next. 15-30.
Well, good hitting, just pressing slightly too much. Good use of the angle though. It was there, it was open, Pete.
It was, yep, but just moving too far into the middle of the court. A little off balance.
Getting that forehand a bit late. But it's good movement again from the net player, because it makes the returner just change her mind at the very last second, drawing the error.
Not the best of options there, going with the lob, go straight through the players. Had a couple of options, but that lob nowhere near deep enough.
Absolutely right. Got to go straight at the players there, or go up the middle, of course. Try and get it down at their feet. It wasn't under enough pressure to hit the lob. It didn't have to hit the lob.
So yet another break points. Another great volley. Well done. Liang Chen doing the hard work. Back on serve again. 5-4 opening sets. So back on serve in this opening set of the women's doubles final. Liang Chen to serve. The advantage of having a player at the net.
It does help. I don't know why she hits the net player though, because still had the whole court open. Wasn't under pressure.
Oh. It was always going to drop in, miss hit, but even still had plenty of topspin on it.
Circular.
Oh, the confusion there between the team up at the baseline, Han and Zhou.
Terrific serve from Liang. Ties up at 5-all.
First ace for the match for the team.
Interesting to see the combination of Han and Zhou staying back on the first 3 points of that game. I'm not sure why they did it, considering that they'd broken serve twice in a row before that.
They don't need to.
Didn't need to. We saw the net play expose them as well and put away a couple of volleys there. So 5-all.
And stops the run of breaks that we've had in the last couple of games. Just a resetting of how they're going to play here, how they're going to set up. Where's the serve going?
Well, not the best option to go at the net play there from that low ball. Obviously had to hit up, meaning it's a difficult shot in the first place. It's very tough to do anything with that if you're going up the line. Had to go back cross court, did Han, and get a pairing back in the rally.
Well, that's one way to go straight through your opponent.
Massive forehand.
More safety first, I think, than anything else there.
Zhou complained she couldn't quite see that one, I think. Maybe too fast for her. It's a good intimidation tactic, though. Try and scare the net player. Stop them from moving as much. Big point right here. 30 all.
Next. Second set.
That's better.
Good cross, good movement. A few smiles. Looks like they're having a good time out there.
Yeah, which is good to see.
Considering the pressure and the
prize.
The prize. What's on offer here?
And they get the game. They hold 6 games to 5 in that first set. Right tactic with the moon ball. So still on serve here, 6-5, opening sets. It's a good finish, Liang Chen, all over the nets.
She has been throughout this first set. Definitely the more imposing of the two at net.
Well, I was going to say that's the advantage of having someone up at the nets, but
here we go.
Liang Chen
Caught in a couple of mines here.
Completely mistimed that. The overhead was okay.
And then, not sure what she was thinking. Going for the half volley. Could have taken it out of the air and put it away. Well, we all have brain fades every now and then. She just had one then. Just got to let it go.
Oh, and there's another example right there. I'm not sure what Zhu Yifan was looking to do there. Moved back into the middle of the court. The ball went deep. Set points, though, for Han and Zhou.
Maybe Zhu was expecting Liang Chen to cross. Miscommunication. Very costly, those 2 points.
And there it is, the opening sets. Han Jinyun and Zhou Yimiao. 7 games to 5 in the final. So the women's doubles final, the first sets, Han Jinyun and Zhou Yimiao taking it 7-5. And they get the opportunity to serve in this first in this second set.
Take someone out in the crowd.
Zhou serving. So now that huge advantage of taking that opening set probably lessens somewhat the fact that it's only a best of 2 set match. They will play a match tiebreak to decide it if it's 1 set all. Good angle on that volley.
Good option to go short with that one too. Short angle instead of going back deep. Much more positive service game here so far. This is where momentum can play a big factor. If you can jump on your opponent, start of that set, the second set after claiming the first, frustrations start to build up. You Can really get on top of them.
Well, credit to Zhu.
With a fantastic lob.
Zhu did well there. Here, look at this pickup. Right there. Did well just to get a racket on it. And the put away. Oh boy.
She's had to go up the middle, Han. Middle of the court was open.
So an easy hold for the Han Zhou combination. Took the first set, 7-5. This is the final. There is a wild card to the Australian Open women's doubles on offer here. Earlier today, it was a win for Wu Di in the men's singles event. Yuichi Sugita was his opponent. 6-1, 6-1, the final score there.
Very impressive display from Wu Di.
Nice, out wide.
Second serve ace. She needs that for her confidence, Liang Chen. Just lost her way the last couple of games. Made a few loose errors. Needs to get her head back in the game. Some exciting tennis there. Everyone involved. Not sure about the lob, that last shot though. And then Liang Chen missing the smash. That's the one.
Yeah, not the option to go for.
Just snatching at that smash. And she has lost her way. Just a few loose errors in the last few games.
And then can follow up with that. Second ace, obviously in the set. Second ace for the team. Should be disappointed with herself there. Could have been well inside the line hitting that ball. Still would have had your opponent under pressure. Good hold. All squares, second set. Well, the volleying a bit of an issue at the moment for players on both teams.
Might be a high volley, but you've got to move your feet as well. Get in position. Would have liked to see Han follow in after Zhou had hit that first volley. It's a bit better from Zhou there at net. Firm volley.
the right idea. Just couldn't get that change of direction happening. Again, it was an issue at the net, Joe. Just needed to put a lot more on that. Did not need to play that drop shot. Break points for Liang and Xu. There is the break. Liang and Xu off the double faults. And they lead in this second set 2-1.
And by the sounds of it, Pete, we've got a few Aussie supporters in the crowd. Bit of an Aussie, oi, oi, oi chant going on.
Not sure as to why or how.
No, there's no Australians playing. It is the Australian Open, or Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off, so
it's true.
Getting in the spirit for January, perhaps.
Yes.
They're both pairs at the moment just playing some low percentage shots, and I think they need to go back to basics. A few of the volleys they're trying to do too much with. We've seen some lobs and a few drop shots where they just weren't on, and both pairs can go back to basics, try and get the ball deep on the volleys and returns, then it's going to go a long way to winning this match. I think whoever can keep their head, keep their nerves, is going to take this one out. It's been very up and down so far. Wouldn't be surprised if we go to a match tiebreak.
Been reasonably solid, the net, Liang Chen.
Next.
Good volley again from Liang Chen. I think compared to the other three players, she's been the one that really has been going after the ball at net.
Well, certainly looks a lot more accomplished, a lot more comfortable there.
And again, great cross, great move.
Big chance now of consolidating the break. That one's not coming back.
Terrific return from Han. Right at the middle, deep. Need to see a few more of those.
That'll force a reset of tactics. She was there. Liang.
It's a powerful shot from Zhou, beating her opponent. But if you're a good doubles player, you got to make those volleys. Perhaps just a superstitious high five. We're going for 4. Or was it 5 in a row?
No, we had the 4 there.
We had the 4. 5.
5.
There we go. Just to make sure of it.
All right, at the back fence was Xu Yifan. So, deciding point, receiver's choice. We haven't seen a deuce for a while.
We haven't. Always exciting as Zhou goes to take it. Probably has been the better returner of these two.
So they hold 3 games to 1 in the second set. Han and Zhou taking the first set 7 games to 5. Can't take that off the top of the nets. Solid hands again from Lian Cheng. Have been the reason why this team is leading in this second set.
She has been very good at net in this second set. We often see in women's doubles, the turn goes in and that second or third shot is generally going to go at the net player. Right, to attack the person at the net.
Well, did everything possible to kill that ball. The Yang Chen show at the moment. Straight at the net player, and now the easy put away.
And again, very aggressive play. Bit of intimidation.
Yeah, right on the line, I thought.
And that's incredibly unlucky. So, will they get the point? They should get the point, because I don't think
Zhou
had a play on it there.
She was heading towards the ball.
Be interesting to see what happens here.
Let's see here. So here's a volley.
Good hands.
Ball right on the line.
Ooh. So probably had a play in it.
I would say yes, but
yeah, could have got a lob up.
The fact that she was actually going to make the call, though, doesn't work in her favour.
Because she put her finger up. Yeah, you're right.
So I think the discussion here is about the fact that he's going to call the points, the umpire. And Joe is saying, well, I had a play on it.
Should be replayed.
The umpire is saying, well, you put your hand up to stop the points. That's my loose translation of what happened there.
I think you're right. It shouldn't matter, though, because if she puts her hand up, there's no Hawkeye in this on this court, so she actually can't stop play. But it's more she's influencing the umpires.
Well, no, they had the points. No, stopping the point, though. Could be any situation, irrespective of Hawkeye, isn't it? Got our discussion topic for this afternoon sorted out. Meanwhile, though, break points here. 4-1 lead for Zhu and Liang.
Not the option from Ling there. Trying to go for a chip cross court.
Just needed to hit through it.
Perhaps a little tension in this match now after the line call, and also Liang trying to attack Han a couple of times at net. Excitement just building.
Well, that's disappointing from Zhu. Really just need to put that ball back cross court. They've got the momentum here. They might still end up with the break anyway. Now, if I was thinking here, I'd set up for Zhu to hit, to take the receive, purely because I'd want Liang at the net.
And still waiting for the fifth high five.
That's right.
Gotta keep the routine.
Again, Liang just standing inside the baseline here. Really going to attack this ball, but needs to be careful. Well, they hold after all of that.
Some excellent hitting cross court.
3-2. Liang and Zhu, they lead 3-2 with the break in this second set. Han and Zhou took the first 7-5. Long chase for Liang. That's not going to help her thigh. She's got it heavily strapped at the moment. Oh, and the slide.
It's amazing how we're seeing sliding develop in the last 5 years or so on hard court.
Not great.
Not great. Can't be great for the body.
All it takes is someone to injure their knee.
I think Novak Djokovic and maybe Gael Monfils, probably the two pioneers of it. I remember watching Monfils sliding around the court everywhere on hard court thinking, what is he doing? Surely he's going to pull an injury sooner or later. But
because it's the shoes that they wear, you're obviously not running out on a hard court with new shoes to be able to do that. So 3 more break points.
Liang Chen going for the line when she was off court there. Now if she'd just gone with a smash up the middle of the court or even cross court, may not have hit a winner, but would have had absolute control of the point. Wrong option.
Match an hour and 10 minutes old. Well, I think Han there was waiting for a quicker ball to go past her.
Two break points saved.
There is the break, 3 games all.
Interesting tactic there from Han, looping a few balls up deep, 4 or 5 in a row. But drew Liang Chen to hit to Zhou at net and her to be able to put the volley away. Back on serve, it's amazing. Just a few points ago, we had a sudden death point to go double break 4-1 down. They win that. And break again.
That's better. Much better. across. 3 more break points.
Such a topsy-turvy match. A lot of breaker serves. Great cross then, saw that she had to hit up. Very quick to move at net.
That's a nice pick up. The net there from Joe. Still 2 more break points. Huh. And nicely picked up there. Liang Chen off the return. Now the break, 4 games to 3 in the second set. Fan serving with new balls.
She's had some success on her serve, Yifan, mainly because of Liang Chen at net, I believe.
Yeah.
Been dominating at net on her serve. Quite ready for that one though. Excellent return from Han. We've seen that a lot off the second serves of all players. They get that second serve, generally they're attacking the net player. Try and catch them off guard. It's always going to be a difficult volley for them.
Oh, good pick up from the players at the net there. In the end, all that was left was that defensive lob. Interesting stage of the match here. So break back point. Match has been in progress an hour and 20 minutes. And there it is. 4-all now in this second set. I just think Han and Joe maybe have turned a corner here.
Good effort to get back into this second set. Yang and Shu, you would say, have been on top for most of the set. It's been such an up and down match though. Anything can really happen.
The team that will win the match is the one that manages to hold serve. So many breaks in this match.
We've definitely had more breaks of serve than we have had team holding serve.
Just wide.
Once again attacking the net player. Seen it a whole lot of times in this match.
Can just about see the finish line, this pair. Oh, well played.
Terrific volley from Han at net, out in front.
40-15.
Massive point. 2 game points to go 5-4 in the second set. There'll be a lot of pressure on their opponents here.
There it is. So we got the hold of serve from Han and Zhou. 5 games to 4, so it means Liang and Xu will be coming out to serve to stay in the race for the wild card. So now Liang Chen to serve to stay in the race for the wild cards. Keep themselves in this match. Some news from the outside courts as well, with Danae Udumchok through to the final. 6-2, 6-2 winner over Jimmy Wang. The pair will be teaming up in the doubles coming up next. 6-2, 6-2 that result, so it means that Danae Udumchok will play Wu Di in tomorrow's final.
Great touch and great closing in from Zhou there. Love 30, 2 points away now.
Oh, that's not a bad pickup either. 3 match points now for the Han and Zhou combination.
Cracking return at the line there. I hope they turned it around. Breakdown in this set.
One saved.
15-14.
Still 2 in the bank here. Chance to head to Melbourne and compete at the Australian Open. And that'll do it. The number 4 seeds, Han Jin-Yun and Zhou Yimiao, are through to the Australian Open wildcard, through to the Australian Open doubles. They've received their wild cards. Liang Chen and Zhu Yifan, a bit slow to shake hands there. But an interesting match. 7-5, 6-4 the final score. And you'd have to say Han and Zhou are probably the stronger players on the day.
They were a very up and down match, Pete, but they did so well to get back into that second set. They were down a break and break points to go down a double break. And of course we saw a sudden death point, which they won, and then they won another sudden death point and got it back on even terms. And then the last 2 games were very convincing.
86 minutes the match went for. And it was a good performance in the end. As you say, matter of sudden death juices away from being completely different. 4-1 lead to Liang and Zhu, and things may have been different. Wasn't to be though. And Han and Zhou are through here to win the wild card into the women's doubles here for the Australian Open in 2013. So I'm not sure whether there'll be any sort of presentation here. Official presentation of a wild card. We still have 1 more match to complete the program today, which is the men's doubles final. Jimmy Wang and Danae Udumchok. Hopefully they haven't had too many harsh words between them.
That's right. They've made up after the singles.
今天天气很不错，你们觉得今天你们发挥怎么样？你们有什么想？
挺感谢这次澳网给的这次机会吧，然后让我们有这个机会能够展示自己，然后也有机会冲击就是明年的澳网外卡赛正选赛，所以我们通过这次比赛得到这次正选的外卡，对明年的澳网来说，我们也会更加努力，让自己打得更好吧，成绩更好。
好，谢谢徐云，谢谢疫苗啊！希望他们在下面比赛当中能够获得更好的成绩。
Well,
谢谢大家的观看。
they sound pretty happy. Han Jinyun and Zhou Yimiao, the number 4 seeds through there. 7-5, 6-4 of Liang Chen and Zhu Yifan. So they'll be pretty happy to be heading to the Australian Open to compete in the women's doubles event. 1 more match to come on our program here at the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off for today. Danae Udumchok and Jimmy Wang the number 4 seeds in the final of the men's doubles against Lee Sin Han and Peng Sen Lin. We'll be back with that match in just a few moments.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next match will be men's doubles final. Now I will introduce the players. Doubles pair number 1, Dana 151. Jimmy Wang from Taipei, ranked 392. Doubles pair 2, Xinhan Li from Taipei, ranked 99. Xian Yingpeng from Taipei, ranked 253. 女士们、先生们，下面我们要进行的是男子双打的决赛。我们的选手有第一队选手来自泰国达赖乌当超，然后他的世界排名是151名。第二位选手来自台北，是他的搭档，他的世界排名是392。第二位选手，第一位选手来自于中国台北，他的世界排名是99。第二位选手同样来自中国台北，童贤英，他的世界排名是253。谢谢大家，现在请大家观赏比赛。
The final of our matches here today at the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off. It is the men's doubles final. And it features the number 2 seeds Li Xinhan and Peng Sen Yin of Taipei. They're the second seeds in this event. They're taking on the number 4 seeds Jimmy Wang and Danai Udumchok, the players from Thailand and Chinese Taipei respectively. Peter Mikado alongside Dave Bidmead for this one. It's been a good day of tennis, 30-degree temperatures in Nanjing, and looking forward to a thrilling conclusion.
That's right, Pete. I think this is going to be a pretty exciting match. We saw these guys yesterday on our show court, and expect some big hitting, that's for sure. I think the other pair, though, Udumchok and Wang, definitely have the singles experience, to see if they can equate that to some success on the doubles court here today.
Li Xinhan is 24 years of age, as you can see there, ranked 99 in the world in doubles. He's won a heap of doubles titles across his career, along with his partner as well. They have teamed up together from time to time and have won some titles. Peng Sen Yin on your screen now. 22 years of age, ranked 255 in doubles. There's a handful of doubles titles to his name, a couple with his partner throughout 2012. Well, very experienced pair down the other end of the court. And there is Danai Udumchok, who is 31 years of age, very much the veteran. He's 139 in doubles and has won a heap of doubles titles across his career, stretching way back to the year 2000. And he's teamed up with doubles partner in Jimmy Wang, 27, as you can see there. And he has been on the circuit for a long time now as well. 388 ranking in doubles, and has a handful of doubles titles to his name at futures level. And he's won a couple with his partner, Danai Udumchok.
3 minutes.
Taken here from the umpire. We're 3 minutes away from a start in this one. it was Danae Udumchok who grabbed a win over his partner in the semi-finals of the men's singles, 6-2, 6-2 earlier today. And Udumchok will play Wu Di in the final. Had a similarly comfortable result. And it was a win too for Wang Xing, the second seed from China in the women's singles today. Will take on Zhang Yuzhan of China. So an all-Chinese affair in the final of the women's singles. That's coming up tomorrow. Jimmy Wang enjoys movies and playing computer games.
Guess most people do, Pete. Maybe not the computer games. I guess on tour, though, you need a lot of things to keep you busy, don't you?
Well, that's why you have
downtime.
the technology there at your disposal to while away the hours. So gone are the days where you just pick up a good book and read that on the plane.
Yeah, you're right. Doesn't happen that often anymore.
No, exactly. Danae Udumchok started playing tennis at age 8, turned pro at 16. Been on the tour for a very long time. His highest ever ranking was 77 back in 2007 on the singles court. Now, I suspect just turning into more of your doubles specialist as the years go by. Seen players make a very handy living on the doubles circuit as they get older.
It's often what you might see with some players. They play both, and then, as you're saying, Pete, as they get a bit older, they then go towards the doubles and become doubles specialists. You see a lot of doubles players in their early 30s, early to mid-30s even. Saw Freddie Nielsen, who won the Wimbledon doubles title this year. He's 31 or 32. Good example of that.
What a great story that was.
Great
in
story.
the middle of the year.
Jonathan Murray as well.
Yeah, to break through and get that title.
So it's not a bad option if you've been around the singles circuit for a while, and of course doubles a lot easier on your body. Only covering half a court. Much easier to sustain it over a couple of years. Should be a cracking match, this one.
Remember, it's the best of 2 sets, and then they'll have a match tiebreak to decide it. Sudden death juice points as well to keep the play moving swiftly along.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match will consist of 2 tiebreak sets with no outscoring. A 10-point match tiebreak will be played at 1 set off. To the left of the chair from Chinese Taipei, Li Xin-han and Peng Xianyin. And to the right of the chair from Thailand, Danae Udumchok, and from Chinese Taipei, Jimmy Wang. Li Peng won the toss and chose the end. Udumchok Wang chose AC. Tie.
All right, here we go. Even the umpire can afford to check the time. Not sure whether he has dinner plans or anything like that. Just checking to see how things are going. It's
wanting things to move along.
2:30 in the afternoon in Nanjing.
Interesting to see that Li and Peng chose the end, not to serve or receive, but we want that end. Perhaps the sun playing a factor.
Well, it's very rare that you see players choosing side off the toss.
Must like the look of it.
Have you ever done that?
Don't think so. I think it's normally just what comes in your head straight away is
serve or receive. Well, there you go. Something to think about
Something
now.
to think about. And
your next match.
And the cross-court warm-up in doubles.
Bring that on.
Bring that on. We talked about that yesterday.
Just remember who brought that, pioneering that. Here we go anyway, the men's final. And a good start.
The bullocking Lee. He's got a big serve, big forehand. Imposing unit.
Oh! In the corner of the court, up against the fence. Wow. How he could generate power from there.
He doesn't hold back, does he?
No. Which was a problem we found in yesterday's match. Part of it. I think we'll know the speed that these two want to play. Oh, that's a nice pick up. Off the shoelaces.
Great shot from Lee down at Udenchok's feet there. Definitely the right tactic, but I do like that they're coming in and following that second serve. Both trying to attack him. Not satisfied staying back and rallying. It's definitely the way doubles should be played.
Interesting there that Lee decided to run around the forehand, run around onto the forehand side, and it's interesting to me because he hit that huge backhand at the start of his game. Now, receiver's choice, which can get confusing when both players stand right at the baseline.
That looks like
they'll go.
Is it Wang?
Yeah, I think so. Lucky with the net cord there, Lee. They get the game, opening game of the match. It's one where you walk past and just check the tension of the net, make sure it's all okay.
That's right. Quick sip, quick towel down.
Which really shouldn't be allowed. That was the whole reason they brought the rule in, changed the rule in the first place, was to stop this after the first game.
Players have kind of taken upon themselves just to do that anyway, haven't they? Change the rule without it actually officially changing.
Well, the argument is that if you incorporate the warm-up in the first game, it's not really all that much. Well, a bit of target practice going on there, and the experienced combination coming up with it.
Rock solid at net, Udenchok and Wang. Might see a bit of an offensive, defensive tactic game going on here.
It's almost happening in slow motion in the end there, that ball coming back.
Caught out of position, Peng. Yeah, we're going to see Udom Chok and Wang trying to get to net on most occasions, whereas Lee and Peng like to stay back. Be aggressive from the baseline.
Deny just having a look. Nice finish.
Terrific finish overhead.
Nicely guided up the line by Lee.
It's a perfect example of the kind of points we're going to see in this match. Very accomplished volleys, Udom Chok and Wang. Very competent at net.
So we're all square, one game all.
So Pete, we see Peng sporting the ankle socks, and we've got Lee going with the odd coloured socks. He's got a black sock and a white sock. Thoughts?
Well, I didn't think that ankle socks were out.
No, they're in general sporting fashion, but I think in tennis terms, you don't see it very often on the tennis court.
Gonna have to change my fashion.
You're still not sure.
Got to keep ahead of the trend.
The different coloured socks is the way to go.
Okay, probably not going with that. No, probably we're on the same page with that one. But I thought ankle socks were okay.
On the tennis court? Maybe running or, you know, something like that in other sports.
When did it change? Great exchange at the net. Well done by Peng. A forehand volley cross court. Great touch. So anyway, when did I? Oof.
Well, 10 years ago, I say.
Really?
Been a while. Normally be up to about the bottom of your calf these days, the socks on the tennis courts. Roger and Rafa and these guys.
Really? Well, I have noticed, yes, obviously that they've been wearing them, but I thought that was just a personal preference rather than anything else.
Got to stick to the times, Pete.
Nice work at the net by Lee. Yeah, I tend to be behind that curve a little bit. Just tend to be making up ground the entire time. Great return. Jimmy Wang there.
Jimmy also getting inside the top 100 in singles at one stage. 88 was his career high.
It's nice coming forward into the net there. In fact, sadly, he hasn't quite cracked it there. In fact, he has. 85.
85.
Back in 2006. So they've both been thereabouts, these two players. That was back in 2006, and for Denai Udumchok, as they get the break there, 77 back in 2007. So they've hit that sort of high watermark area there, and then it just sort of started to progressively drop.
Tough to stay there, isn't it?
It is.
So competitive.
Again, that comes down to the backwards and forwards of playing challenges as opposed to trying to qualify for main events and trying to get into Grand Slams. And obviously the players would have seen plenty of Grand Slams being ranked inside the top 100. But a very experienced pairing nonetheless. So, Denai Udumchok to serve. Oh. I don't know about you, but an out ball was hit right up at the net.
I think you're right, Pete. They've given away that point.
Let's have a look. This is the one right there.
And then a great lob from Lee. And then equally as good lob.
Denai Udumchok that hit that out ball. Need to be more torque from his partner, though, as in over the other side of the court. May have been tough to judge. Change of racket coming up.
He might have broken a string on that one there.
It's hard to tell.
Did fly off the racket a little, but didn't sound like a string.
No. Sometimes the tension might be not what was expected, or they've got rackets that...
You could be right there.
Try and keep a similar tension there, or have a couple that are strung differently, depending on the conditions.
30-15.
Excellent serve from Udumchok, setting up for his partner Wang. Easy put away volley. I'm liking the look of these two. Looking very confident net.
It's a great return from Peng. Likes it down the line. That's why you have the I formation right there. Serve down the middle.
Points, receiver's choice.
Jimmy Wang making the move across the court. Easy pick up in the end. It was a great serve from Dano Choke.
And who's going to take it? Sudden death point here.
Well, interesting. I think they're going back to Lee here. I probably would have gone with Peng.
Yep.
Oh, nicely picked up. Bit of confusion from Dano Choke and Jimmy Wang. 2 games all now with the break back.
2 games on.
On the line. You just see that they were desperate to get in there.
Looking for the right ball to come in on.
Jimmy Wang especially trying to get in.
Doesn't seem to phase Lee. Seems very comfortable when they're both at net.
Nice deep return from Wang. Terrific out wide, sliding out wide. Magnificent.
Plenty of work on that one from Lee.
Yeah, but plenty of
Kept
spin.
moving.
It wasn't so much the power side, it was the spin. Good pick up. Being solid at the net.
40-15.
Picked up on that change in direction.
Game Lee Peng.
That's a good serve. Down the middle.
Lee Peng lead by 3 games to 2.
So we're on serve in the opening set of the men's final. Oh, just couldn't finish.
Set up nicely.
Victory love.
Maybe in two minds. Definitely up the middle was the right option.
Dirty love.
Great 1-2 play from Udemchoke and Wang.
Love. Game, Udemchoke 1.
Very solid hold to love from Udemchoke. 3 games all.
3 games all. Love. Dirty love. Love.
So now a couple of comfortable service games here. It's a good pick up. Very nice overhead.
Set up from a great lob from Wang. You can see Lee, he's so on top of the net, almost too close to the net when he goes to volley. Very much in danger of a lob going over his head. Good example there by Wang. Not that time though. Lee moving back very nicely to the smash.
So game's on serve 4-3 in this opening set.
15 love. Question to serve. Love.
There we go. The I formation. This time, getting onto that backhand side, Lee.
It's definitely his weakest side, but he can hit it. A bit like his forehand, he can unleash on the backhand. Not as consistent.
Oh. 14-15.
Great serve from Udumchoke.
Very nicely done.
4 games on.
All square. Opening sets. Men's doubles final. The men's and women's singles finals to come tomorrow. Wait for that ball to come back from the crowd.
Oh.
Love 15.
Unlucky there.
Yeah, it was all over that.
Great pickup from Udumchoke, half volley. And gets a bit of luck with the net cord. Awesome display of volleying from Wang and Udumchoke. And that's the advantage if you can get in and be aggressive on your opponents. And if you got the volleys to back it up, that's often the result.
Exactly your point right there.
Some good tennis out here. 3 break points for Udumchoke and Wang.
There are some advantages to standing on top of the net.
There are. Semi-swinging volley there from Peng.
God, nice lob.
It's an amazing shot. Under pressure. Didn't quite do enough with the volley, Wang.
So back to deciding point now.
That's the tough thing about it. You can be down love 40, but you're actually facing 4 break points instead of 3 like you normally would with this format.
That is an amazing get. Unbelievable by Jimmy Wang at the back fence. Getting that ball. They can afford to smile.
Unbelievable. Took the back fence out as well, I think, in the meantime.
They got the break there. Oh, amazing stuff. Let's have another look at it. I don't think we'll capture it here. They'd already thought they'd won the point.
Peng stopped. Just gets the outside of the line. Unreal.
That is incredible stuff. Jimmy Wang serving for the set. Yeah, a loose volley and the follow-up there. Well, that was more a grab from Dano Udumchoke more than anything else.
It's a good stretch on that first volley. Bit of frustration coming for Lee.
Oh, well done. Again, the value of solid volleying at the net.
That's right. Just got it deep enough to put Lee off balance, and hey, he had to move backwards to that one. Generally in doubles, if you have a strong pair that can volley, they're going to come out on top against a defensive pair.
And now they've got 2 set points. And there it is, the opening set, 6 games to 4, Dane Udumchoke and Jimmy Wang in the final.
second set.
Back into the second set. Peng serving.
Lee fluffing the volley, just a bit too close on top of the net, as I mentioned earlier.
15.
That's why.
Just doesn't give you enough time. And also, very hard to move forward. You can't actually step forward into the volley. We saw on that occasion he's moving across. Just even one big step back, just give himself a bit more room to manoeuvre.
Well, that was the swats. He hasn't not having a good run of it at the net. Well, if I'm Peng, I'm saying, come back with me. Come on, come back. Come and play back. Oh, and a great finish as well. Well, that is disappointing for the team from Chinese Taipei. A break in the opening game of the second set.
Well, incredibly loose game from Lee. Just missed about 4 volleys, or 3 volleys, and then the incredible passing shot. He's got to give himself some more room at net there.
Well, the backhand volley was questionable.
It was very questionable. More of a fly swat, the backhand fly swat.
He tried to hit it as hard as he possibly could too, which was probably against the spirit of where he was at the time on the court. Oops. Now this pair's experienced enough to know that they'll be getting some free points along the way here. Really should be tightening the screws. This is where their consistency will come into play. It's the first ace of the match for either team. That's gone over the fence.
Terrific serve from Udenchok. Very well placed. Awkward backhand return from Lee.
Is there a problem at the back of the court? Wait for that ball to come back. Also an opportunity to talk about tactics.
Probably the right shot, but just didn't quite get the roll over the net. Both players were pretty deep in the court.
Good finish. Short ball, Jimmy Wang putting it away. Really want to put the foot down now. Consolidate the advantage. struggle with the forward movement for Peng. So 2 games to love now in the second set is set up. They're in a good position.
There's that rocket serve from Lee. Can bomb them down.
Part of the reason for that is if you look at him there, his right arm is much bigger than his left arm, considerably bigger.
Twice the size. Peng should have put that away then, that backhand volley. Just bouncing into the ground, actually placing it. Nice soft touch from Udumchok. Kept his composure. But yeah, looking at Lee's right arm, it is gigantic compared to his left. You would see that with a lot of tennis players though, I think. Definitely one side would be bigger than the other. Probably not by this margin, but all that use, I guess.
Might need to change sports then.
Change hands.
But clearly...
He'd be good at an arm wrestler, I reckon.
Well,
Lee.
yes, but... or he might only own 1 dumbbell.
That's right.
That's a great serve. So Wang and Udumchok still with the break. 2 games to 1 in the second set. Jimmy Wang serving. That'll be killed. Just the polish of the experienced pair here, Udumchok and Wang at the nets in particular, but the way that they construct their points as well.
A very smart volley there, that second one, just getting it a bit short. It wasn't a drop shot, so it didn't sit up. Just a low, short volley. We saw Lee had to hit up on the ball and they got the smash. So that's a problem, I guess, also when you're staying back and playing that defensive style in doubles, that you do allow for that short volley, and if your opponents can hit it well, then you're in a lot of trouble.
Another smart serve, taking Lee out of court, forcing him to have to come up with the big shot there.
He often can't resist it too.
That's clever.
Great shot.
was all about the spin there. The top spin was important.
14-15.
Just dropping the wrist to get below the ball and really sweeping over it.
Big hitting from Peng. Wang not quite on his toes, a bit late on the volley. They really want to consolidate the break here, not let the Taipei pair back in it.
Ah, that was clever. Peng this time taking the half volley down the line. So we go deciding point, receiver's choice. Will Lee take control here? Say, I'm going to get as far away from the net as possible and take the receive. Well, from the looks of things, we're going over to the ad court. Well, they ended up with the game anyway, so they consolidate the break. 3-1 now. Udumchok and Wang.
Udumchok 1 lead by 3-1.
Excellent pressure serve from Wang there. Made Peng run right around and would still try to hit a forehand, even though probably could have hit a backhand. But he was way off court and had to recover to make that second ball.
Nicely done. Nice deep ball first up, and then electing to take the smash on the full without letting it bounce. See a lot of players elect to let it bounce to get themselves into position.
30-15.
Perhaps unnecessary return there from Udumchok.
It's a good hold. Peng holds. But still the break in play. 3-2 in the second set.
15 love.
Well, Danai Udumchuk with a bit of a challenge here.
Crucial moment in the match. I don't want to let this break slip.
Good talk too between the players. It's one of the things.
Cry of bounce, bounce, bounce.
Yeah,
let it
just
bounce. Yep.
See where that ball lands. A good idea that it would be bouncing beyond this baseline.
Good communication in doubles is so important. And often when you play with someone for so long, then you might know exactly what they're doing and their movements, but still you need to be talking to each other all the time and encouraging each other. If one gets down, then you got to get them up.
Great drop volley.
Beautiful hands.
Yeah, soft hands required there.
Well, great hold after being 15-30 down, looking in a bit of trouble.
So 4 games to 2. They're getting towards this wild card. And a magnificent effort too. They've been on the tour for such a long time. They've been to Melbourne plenty of times as well to compete at the Australian Open, both direct entry and through qualifying. So great to see they're going to get it, or potentially get a wild card here. That was the pressure that Wang put on moving forward inside the court, knowing that that ball had to sit deep, otherwise Wang would have been all over it and straight into the net. Oh yes, open courts.
I'd like to see Lee just mix it up, maybe throw in a serve volley, because it's very predictable what he's doing at this stage. Very reliant on his first serve. And it is a big first serve, but if it doesn't go in,
he's in trouble. There's no plan B.
No plan B.
Oh, well done from all players. That is the point of the match. We continue, though, with the break of serve. Denodum choke Jimmy Wang 4-3 in the second set after taking the first 6 games to 4. Important here for Jimmy Wang just to hold serve again. 79% first serve percentage, winning 68% of those points. Oh, over the racket.
Very unlucky.
That's the sort of situation where if I was playing, the net wouldn't be standing. So.
Take a pounding.
Yeah.
It's such a good volley from Jimmy Wang as well. He really stuck that low backhand volley deep. Very unlucky. Once again, in a bit of trouble on their serve. Wang and Udenchoke. Oh,
bit of luck there too off the net.
Great hands though.
And that's where you go and touch the net and say thanks.
1-1.
But just if we get a chance here on the replay, good note for doubles players about stopping after the return comes in. See, not still running into the net, stopping at the service line to actually play that shot properly and get balanced. Then make that move forward to the net.
You're right, because if he had kept moving, it would have been a very awkward half volley.
Got there. Well, that shot, I think, was always going to be on.
It was.
15-40.
Pretty good movement from Lee. Kept Jimmy Wang guessing. Terrific serve.
Oh, that's an experienced serve exactly into that backhand.
That weaker side. Another clutch serve from Jimmy Wang.
Well, now this becomes important. We're back to sudden death juice.
Huge moment in the match.
There it is. That's where the SWAT comes in handy.
It certainly does. Fantastic serving from Jimmy Wang. 3 great first serves in a row. Now we're down a couple of break points.
So Peng Xian Yin to serve here to stay in the match. Bit of volleying practice going on there. It's like the warm-up.
We saw the lob again, and they've started doing it more and more as the match has gone on. And we've seen Lee very close to the net, as we've mentioned. It's quite a good tactic, actually. It's a lob approach.
Couldn't keep that angle going.
Just springing their step now, Jimmy Wang and Danae Udumchoke, just 2 points away from the match. Playing some very positive tennis at the moment.
Got it, yep. Again, that strength at the net really coming into play, and what it means is that there's 3 match points for the team of Wang and Udumchoke. That's a good serve.
15.
1 saved, 3 still to come.
There it is. Well, great story. Danae Udumchoke and Jimmy Wang coming down under again in January. They have won a wild card through to the men's doubles event. 6-4, 6-3 over Lee Sin Han and Peng Xian Yin. An hour and 9 minutes, and they will be very happy.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have the presentation for
And looks like their support team just leaving them hanging there. But a great performance, and really it was the experience of those two players that carried them through.
It was definitely a more accomplished doubles performance, I think, Pete. The way they came in, they volleyed so well. Very accomplished volleyers, both of them. There's a good example right here. That was the match point. But just fantastic display from them, and I think they really deserved it. They were the better team. Lee and Peng put up a good performance for most of the match, but as we saw, that aggressive play compared to the defensive play, especially on a hard court, is generally going to win out, and that's what happened with today.
Exactly. They're very, very happy, obviously, and for Danae Udumchok, an opportunity to get a wild card into the main draw of the singles tomorrow. With that final to be played, he'll be taking on Wu Di of China. That will be the second match up on court. The first match will be the women's singles semi-final between Wang Xiang of China, the second seed, taking on a player ranked outside the top 500 in Zhang Yushan. And, well, we'll wait and see how that actually plays out. But that is the order of play for tomorrow. Action getting underway a little bit earlier, 10 a.m. Nanjing time, which is 1 p.m. on 1 p.m. Melbourne time. See if we can have a listen to Danae Udumchok.
Yes, of course. Now we just talking about like hopefully they're not gonna make the rules. So now they just say today for sure they make this rule, so we can work out.
I know you come from different countries, so is there any difficulty in communication?
We've been knowing each other for the last 10 years, so you know, we've been playing everything today, so it's great. You know, it's victory for us, first time like to make the playoff. So I'm glad we have a good start, and hopefully next year we have a good start of the year.
Okay, thank you.
So there we go.
刚才我采访的这对选手非常有意思的是，他们来自于不同的国家，但是他们刚才告诉我，他们在沟通当中没有遇到任何的困难，他们成为了很好的朋友。今天的比赛，他们赢的也很艰苦，一分一分的在拼，他们并不觉得赢得非常简单，所以我们也谢谢他们的精彩的表现，再一次用热烈的掌声感谢他们的表现，谢谢。
So the official party making their way out. Wayne McEwen is the tournament referee. Alistair McDonald is the tournament director. So not too far away from the presentations, which will see us out for today. The men's and women's singles final to come tomorrow. Looks like everything is in place, and the two wild cards, or four wild cards I guess, but for the two pairs for the men's and women's doubles.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have the presentation for men's.
See if we can have a listen in.
Doubles winner. Firstly, let's welcome the tournament director of the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off, Asia Wildcard.
So the tournament director to say a few words.
Particularly thanks to all the players, staff, our referee Wayne McEwen, volunteers, chair umpires, line people and ball boys. Your efforts this week have been fantastic. I would also like to thank the China Tennis Association and Chairman Madam Sun, the Beijing International Group, including Tom McCarthy, Miss Lin and Joe Libin, the Nanjing Sports Institute, the Chinese Tennis Academy, including Coach Young, and of course our sponsors, who without their support this event would not be possible. We are very grateful for the support from our sponsors ANZ, Rolex, Plexicushion and China Lottery. The Australian Open is one of the biggest sporting events in the world and a premier event in the Asia Pacific region. We believe it is important to provide an opportunity for the region to engage with the Australian Open and provide an opportunity for the players from the Asia Pacific region to earn their place in the Australian Open. I would like to thank all the players who have attended this year's event and thank them for their participation. I wish Han Xing Yun and Joe Email, and as well as Danny Udumchok and Jimmy Wang, the best of luck at the Australian Open in 2013.
So we'll have a translation of that back into Chinese, but not too far away from the players being presented with their wild cards. And what a great thrill it is for these players to know that they can start to, well, at least in part, prepare their calendar for January next year and know that they'll be in Melbourne in the last 2 weeks.
Well, absolutely. I mean, they all want to be playing in the Grand Slam, and they've got their entry already signed and delivered, basically. So it's a great opportunity for them, and it's a really good start for any player, with knowing that they can start at a Grand Slam, be involved in it, and start your year that way.
Absolutely. Well, the presentation's continuing here, and a good crowd has built up as well across the day in Nanjing. But just a reminder or confirmation of our matches to come tomorrow. It is the women's singles final, and Wang Xiang of China, the second seed, will take on Zhang Yujuan of China. So an all-Chinese affair first off, and then it is the men's singles final, and that will be between Wu Di of China. He'll take on a player who's actually out on court at the moment, Denai Udumchok, the number 3 seed from Thailand. And what a story that would be if he can get through in both singles and doubles. Will be an amazing performance here as we just wait to see what's going to happen with the...
Now I am honored to announce the women's double winners of the Asia Pacific Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off, Han Xingyu and Zhou Yimiao.
So, not sure whether the wild cards are actually there. Yes, Wayne McEwen will be presenting them with their...
Looks like accreditation.
Yes, and this is what they do at the Australian Open Wildcard Play-Off here in December. They actually get their official accreditations.
Very cool.
Do you have something to say to my audience?
感谢主办方，然后感谢本次赛会人员，然后感谢工作人员，感谢球童，然后感谢裁判，然后感谢在场的观众，谢谢你们来观看我们比赛，然后感谢教练员，感谢支持我们的朋友们，你们辛苦了，谢谢。
Thank you to everyone. And now just one more wild card to be presented. The men's doubles wild card. Okay, so they'll be presented with their official wild cards. So they're not the actual accreditation, it just says Asia Pacific winner. But I'm sure once they get here, they'll be able to trade it in at the accreditation hut.
And get the real thing.
Exactly.
Be a good feeling.
So Mr. Wayne to present the awards.
Mr. Wayne?
Yes.
McEwen?
McEwen there, of course. Ultimate referee. We've seen these players a number of times. Probably would have umpired some of their matches.
No doubt.
Offer our great congratulations to all the winners with our hot applause. Thank you.
Okay, well that completes the presentations now, and the senior set for the women's singles final and the men's singles final. That action to come from 10 o'clock Nanjing time, which is 1 o'clock in Melbourne on the Sunday afternoon. Should be a good day. Rain is expected later on, but that's why they're playing the matches a little bit earlier. A slight change to the draw, but if you want any more information, you can check out tennis.com.au for the official order of play and the draw sheets and see how the players have progressed through. We look forward to that happening tomorrow. Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Pete. Looking forward to some good tennis tomorrow.
Should be fantastic as we leave you from Nanjing with a view of the doubles players who have received a wild card through to the Australian Open next year. But for now, we look forward to your company for tomorrow's action, the women's singles and men's singles finals, and we'll find out which players from Asia will be competing in the singles draw. But for now, it's goodbye from Nanjing.